hear me in the back? Awesome. Welcome to the Pulitzer. It's been a wild weekend celebrating Counterpublic, tornado warnings, City won Cincinnati game, 5-1 last night. It's just been like, we're celebrating. So welcome. My name is Kristen Fleischman-Brauer. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Engagement here at the Pulitzer Arts Foundation, and I'm pleased to welcome you on behalf of the entire staff. We're honored to have you join us today for a series of discussions for Counterpublic. Today's discussions are organized by the artists and curators and will look at ideas in this triennial exhibition. So we're so pleased to have you here today. We'll be here all day. Throughout this exhibition, the Counterpublic team has centered local Indigenous histories as well as contemporary contributions by Indigenous artists. This territory was home to many Native tribes, which in recent histories have included the Illini, Osage, and the Oto-Missouria, among many others. And to open this program, it's important that we recognize the significance of this place to Native people's histories, beliefs, livelihoods, and their continued connection to the land and water that they have stewarded for generations. A sincere thank you and congratulations to Counterpublic leadership, James McAnally. Give it up for James. And Lee Broughton, both close friends and amazing colleagues whose vision brought this project together. Congratulations to the Counterpublic team for all of their work in putting this together. Also, and sincere congratulations to all the project partners. So many of our colleagues have put so much together in this city, so thank you and congrats to all of you. A special congratulations to the Luminary who founded Counterpublic in 2019 under McAnally's vision and whose mission as an arts incubator gave Counterpublic the legs to spin off and grow to what it's become today. Thank you to all the visiting curators, local curators, artists. It's incredible to have you here. Thank you to all of you for being here today. And I hope you find time to see our two current exhibitions, Fay Heavy Shield Confluences and The Nature of Things, Medieval Art and Ecology. They will be up through early August, and we will be hosting a number of programs in collaboration with Counterpublic as well. The next one is a conversation between Fay Heavy Shield and Anita Fields on May 6th, so we hope to see you then as well. Before I kick it over to the team for the day, just a couple notes on hospitality. We have restrooms and water fountains on both levels of the museum. There'll be a food truck about midday, and our team is here to help you with anything that you need. So feel free to reach out to anyone in the galleries, and we're here for you. And with that, I will turn it over to James McAnally and this incredible group of curators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kristen. First of all, I want to acknowledge kind of where we are here at the Pulitzer Foundation. And this weekend, we have been hosted throughout the weekend with the support of Emily Pulitzer, who I can say, very honestly, for myself personally, I don't believe the vision for Counterpublic could have ever been realized without the work she's done over decades here in St. Louis. So thank you personally for me, Emily. And to be hosted here also under the leadership of Kara Stark, the Executive Director here at the Pulitzer Arts Foundation and also Vice President of Counterpublic's board. So thank you also, Kara. And lastly, I see Lee here as well, co-founder and making all of this possible. So shout out to you, Lee. Thank you. So I'm going to mark like an interesting moment for us as a curatorial ensemble that we were kind of reflecting on briefly ahead, which is this has been such a kind of pandemic and onward project conditioned in such a way that we have never been in a room together, all at the same time until this weekend. So for us, this is actually an invitation into a kind of interesting moment of probably us thinking out loud. We convened over Zoom monthly, kind of teasing out the ideas, responding to the community report, testing each other, stretching the boundaries of what we were doing, thinking, working through. But really, it's kind of special for us to be able to reflect together. So I want to just thank you all for trusting us with this process, entering it, and over-delivering, if anything. So thank you all. First of all, I just want to kind of start off with a reflection on kind of the structure of how we organized this Counterpublic 2023. So we went in thinking about kind of how the sort of curatorial process, how did we want to do it specifically? Not how has it been done, how have others done it, but what is right for us? And so we really kind of emerged from reflection on the idea, the meaning of counterpublic. It is a word with a long history, a long meaning. I encourage you to look into it. But really looking at St. Louis and understanding that any specific block, any neighborhood, any city is multiple at all times, multiple entry points, multiple exit points, multiple points of view. And that the curatorial team needed to equally be kind of as expansive and open as the kind of terrain that we were working in. So we use the word curatorial ensemble quite consciously. It's a word that means parts of a whole taken together. And I think that that is reflective of St. Louis in a lot of ways. It is a place with many parts, many people, many different kinds of contexts. And so really wanted to kind of reflect on that, the sort of, we hold many different points of view, and that we're kind of consciously in this exhibition, and I think in this conversation, not trying to sum anything up. We're trying to open a space of more conversation, more depth, more complexity, for you all to kind of scatter and take that on as well. But really, this is our first moment of reflection too, and so I kind of wanted to, you know, I'll direct it to Diya, put someone on the spot so that they can respond. And it's responding to a message you sent me on the way here. You were on the flight and kind of reading through all the project statements, kind of going back through some of the catalog and the thinking, and really kind of, you know, you were marking like, sort of, I didn't know the scope and the scale of what everyone was working on. We're kind of in our tunnels, we're working in our terrain. So I'm curious to hear you reflect on what you experienced kind of in the wider view beyond your own projects arriving here this weekend.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that question. I didn't know my text message would be put on blast, but I appreciate it, and also appreciate you and the whole team at Counterpublic for like truly all that you've done to make this possible. As I was flying down here, I reread all the project descriptions in anticipation of what we were going to be installing and seeing, and it just struck me how much this ensemble format allowed for us to do. I think like biennials and triennials are often measured in breadth, like how many artists, how many artworks, how many, like what's the square footage? It's like the bigger, the better. But because we got to work alongside each other, we actually got to think more about depth and thinking within our geographic frameworks, within our like spaces of research. And so we got to be in that tunnel in a specific location or specific ideas with the artists that we were working with. I got to work really quite deeply with them over the past 2 years, which is not possible when you're responsible for 50, 30 artists, 30 projects. And I think that has been one of the best parts of this experience for me, is being able to kind of be in community where we can do both the depth and the breadth. And so when I was reading through the project descriptions, I just realized how many beautiful, gentle touch points there are throughout the city, how much you, as a visitor or a public, get to experience different parts of the city through historical lenses that connect to real communities and real people today, but that it's probably not the map of St. Louis that you would get otherwise or in any other context. So I was just really struck by that. And I also just want to note that it's really amazing to see works that are workshop-based or performance-based or ephemeral be considered in the same level as a permanent or temporary large-scale sculpture. So I think that, too, was really striking for me.
Amazing. Curious, any other observations kind of from the ensemble of what this weekend has meant? It kind of opened for you any kind of new insights or observations of each other's practice?
I have something to add. I think, Diya, going off of what you so beautifully shared, thinking about a visitor and publics, I would say that as a curatorial ensemble, we also really considered the local, right? The publics that are here and communities that are here, and a lot of the works aren't necessarily solely for a visiting public. And that's really important when working in a place like St. Louis.
curious. I appreciate this sort of note, Diya's, the kind of performance-based, the workshop-based. I'm going to put you on the spot, Katherine. So, worth reflecting, this is our second edition. In the first one in 2019, Katherine and I were the primary curators of this project. And I'm curious your kind of view into the sort of leaps or way that you as a curator were able to expand and kind of soak into this process.
Given that it has been a time and a year for a lot of us, the soaking in was definitely different, very much so different for me. And so it's really about the space of allowance that had to happen through this process, and also understanding trust throughout this process. Because it wasn't just this, like, we're just on Cherokee this time, we're actually like expanding, as I said, like into Jefferson, and all of those communities, memories, residues that happen throughout that time. So it wasn't, I mean, soaking into is like a real way of putting it, because there is, like, as I said, all these residues, and like not necessarily trying to resolve anything, but it is that leaning into. So I think for me, it was like having this release of like not making something like repairing it, but actually like leaning into what's happening within these stories, within these histories, within these memories, and showing up as myself in these spaces as opposed to just a curator trying to make a project. Because this is a place that I am from, one of the places that I am from. And so trying to not just make projects in spaces, but really understanding people within these spaces and the things that they have to say, so, yeah.
Something I'm going to kind of reflect on is like, I hope many of you have been able to experience some of the performances, some of the sculptures, some of the temporary and permanent interventions this weekend. And I think something that has been there lingering for me, and we've reflected a little bit as an ensemble, is, you know, this is always true, I think, with exhibition making, with the research-based practices, but so much of this exhibition will never be seen. So much of the real work of this group of people has been deeply kind of underground, unseen, things that can't possibly be displayed or are unsafe for the people we're working with or for the ideas themselves. So there's really like a kind of like other heart of this exhibition that is sort of held within people. It's held within reflection and within the land in certain cases. So this question is kind of both for Zach, Jackson, and also Risa. I feel like in a lot of ways, your projects in particular really leaned into that. What can't be seen, what can't be said, what can't be presented, and what is maybe not for every public. So maybe I'll start with you, Risa, because I know that was like very early to your curatorial thinking, and what informed your all of your projects.
Mm-hmm. So as a person, I live in Chicago, I'm a guest in St. Louis, and coming here, and something that's absolutely striking to me is how every time I come to St. Louis, I learn something new, I see something different. And the idea that St. Louis is hard to see became the central premise of my project. And instead of engaging in these methods that amplify, extract, make bigger, I kind of also leaned into, as Katherine was saying, the hard to see-ness of it. It's hard to see because it's been erased. It's also hard to see because it's difficult. So how could I invite an audience to attune themselves to the space rather than to use these sort of more extractive methods that I think, or even forms that traditional public art exhibitions take, the monumental, the permanent, and to lean into thinking in terms of the ephemeral or attuning to the trace as a way to also encourage a kind of different bodily or embodied response to the landscape, to allow these kinds of traces to then become more visible. Maybe it's about also sort of shrinking ourselves down to see them instead of amplifying them.
Yeah, thanks so much for that response and that question. Yeah, I think I might just add that it's been such a great experience, working with you all, and I really just appreciate the openness of the invitation, and how there hasn't been this emphasis so much on this sort of public spectacle and sort of performance of virtue signaling, but a sort of understanding of what it really takes to conjure up and move forward some sort of future-oriented material transfers and shifts. And I feel like working with you all has been an amazing opportunity to not just focus on what's visible or what's happening right now, or even in the next few months, but to make sure that all these efforts are going towards something that will continue to grow and change and evolve. It feels like the start of something and not the end, and not just because this is the opening. And I think that's been a really profound experience for me, and not an experience I've had working in other arts contexts, and just something that I really appreciate. And just reflecting on finally being here together with you all, and finally seeing so much of the work. I've just been really struck by the geographic, conceptual, historical depth that you all have pursued together, and all those connections that I think are continuing to emerge and will continue to. And I've just been really heartened and just really a privilege to engage with you all in those ways and see those connections continue to grow.
Hi. Yeah, I guess I'll just add that, it's been a great pleasure to have these conversations together and to be able to approach and share our own perspectives on this kind of predicament of the ready-made of settler colonialism that has impacted this space specifically with so many degrees of erasure, such that from New Red Order's perspective, and Zach and I's, being called upon at many times to kind of represent a native kind of perspective, how could we approach in such a way that the erasures could remain legible, has been a challenge. And yeah, James is right. Many of those efforts may not be seen, at least immediately, but from a future-oriented perspective, how can we shift so that those erasures can, in some ways, be seen or felt toward the material transfer. And so those are ongoing efforts, but I would also say that experiencing these kind of ideas and projects, I'm struck by the degree to which all those projects have remained responsive and attuned in the way that sometimes I felt like my own perspective was unique, but this is a great realization that these are all things that we've been able to share and produce in such a way that is sensitive to those, to that predicament. So I'm thankful.
Yeah, I'll just sort of maybe call attention to, because I feel like one of the things that is unseen. So, Zach, Jackson, and Adam as well, who's not here today, have created work. We're invited into the curatorial ensemble as artists to really think through their practice. So they have created a new work that is on view at the St. Louis Art Museum and on Cherokee Street. And then on billboards and signage throughout the city as a kind of advertising campaign, in a sense, for land back, so in St. Louis, but the kind of consciousness around that in general. But really, one of the things that has been unseen and that you can't see properly in an exhibition way is that one of the we entered this process stating a couple of clear goals of, when we started the exhibition, we're kind of like, we want to work deeply and thoughtfully in community. We want to work deeply and thoughtfully and expansively with artists and create something new. But we also said, underlying that, what are we leaving behind, right? Like the initial invitation to everyone was to think infrastructurally, to think ancestrally, both like what brought us here, but also what is the longer tail, what is the longer work of this project. So I really appreciate that naming of like, this is a start. It's kind of an opening into more. One of those things is, with Risa and New Red Order, like that is sort of unseen is the kind of countless hours, conversations, the slowness around a process that we've been looking at Sugarloaf Mound as as a site that kind of means in many ways. It means in different directions. It sends meaning into the world. And being invited into that space, I remember, Risa, you and I drafting an initial letter to the Osage Nation, first asking permission. Can we use this name? Can we work in this site? Can we, what would be of use? What, as curators, as artists, how can we be of use to a larger kind of work that is far beyond ours? So being invited into that space took a lot of care and a lot of effort, and the sort of starting point for us is there's a kind of understanding of that site that the Osage have purchased, the summit of the mound. They have taken down a house on the top of the mound, and it's still visible. The foundations and stairs are there. It is fenced off. It is now Osage land, which is profound because something we've reflected on a lot, the state of Missouri has no tribal representation. So there is no formal entity on the city, state, or federal level on this land to represent it. And so that purchase of the land is concretely means something different. But the reality is the mound is larger than this summit. It's a platform mound. There are 3 houses that were built on this land. Not for nothing, some of you probably know the Close the Workhouse efforts and Arch City Defenders work there on the medium security institution here. One of the things we found in this process is those houses were built by prison labor as well. So the entanglement of all of our efforts are really kind of like deeply condensed in this space. And part of our work with Osage is this longer conversation around material transfer. So we've been actively in negotiations around the transfer of the remaining 2 houses, and that is kind of one of the unseeable things in this exhibition. I kind of want to turn to that sort of like longer duration. So Diya, Allison, in particular, both of you are working with artists who are thinking kind of in this longer timeline, longer generation. So curious what you reflect on, maybe like what is left behind, beyond this weekend, beyond the 3 months, sort of how are you thinking about that permanence and generational thing? So maybe Diya and then Allison.
Sure. I think part of the invitation or the initial conversations, we thought and talked about repair. And I think I think we all felt really similarly that repair is not redemption, and that's not the conversation that we were engaging with. And for me and for Jordan Weber, whose project will result in a permanent rainwater capture garden in Peace Park in the College Hill neighborhood of St. Louis, it was also about the ability to redistribute resources to join a community-led effort in order to make this permanent regenerative earthwork that captures water, that purifies soil, that really does the long-term work of helping to decrease negative environmental impacts of a neighborhood, and that is a trace that could be left behind. And it was really through that lens of redistribution and joining existing community efforts rather than kind of creating our own thing for the sake of creating our own things. So that felt like a really beautiful invitation from Counterpublic, actually, to be able to do that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The invitation to work in the St. Louis Place neighborhood was one that came from you, James. And for me, understanding the nuance and intricacies of that space, it's about a mile from the former site of Pruitt-Igoe and across the street from the future site of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency's main campus. So the supercharged space and place that has been, that holds a community that it's visible, the disinvestment and the way that they haven't been cared for or held is quite visible. And so working very directly with organizations in the community was intrinsic to the ask. And after getting to know the griot and understanding it's so hard to put into words because it's really not like a 2-minute soundbite. Understanding the intention of Lois Conley's 25-year effort at the Griot, and knowing that developers have bought up lots in that land waiting for the neighborhood to turn. The opportunity to present a permanent public work that would anchor the Griot in a way that perhaps will hopefully support its permanence, that also creates a space for a fellowship with the intention to care for that sculpture, for that fellow to have mentorship with the St. Louis Art Museum, for that fellowship to also care for the sculpture, because I'm a guest here also. I don't live in St. Louis. Putting a permanent public work by Diya Vij there in a community, the work needs care. The work is going to be programmed. The invitation was an opportunity to think on multiple levels of ways that collaboration can support an organization that is already doing the work and provide even more visibility to the work that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that both of you pointed to here is, the reality of, right, like I think we're all very intentional about reflecting on our impermanence as, right, like this is a triennial civic exhibition. Counterpublic is every 3 years, and we were kind of aware of like how to use this again as a tool, right? Like I think a lot about the sort of reflection of an arts institution as a kind of instrument. Like this is something that we pick up, we play, we perform in different ways. And a triennial, a biennial is a particular tool, right? That we were all very aware of we were using to kind of manifest something else also. And I think that it speaks to both of your practices because you pointed to this, right? Like we are here for 3 months, but these different community efforts, these partners are here on a much different timeline, right? And like Diya, your project with Jordan in the College Hill neighborhood, it came out of like organizing on the community. It's a community land trust. Like this park is the only neighborhood in St. Louis without a public park. And the community is basically like claiming vacant land and say, we're gonna make a park. It's a legacy of a man named Otis Woodard, godfather of Shiraz Gorman, who was community engagement strategist with Counterpublic. And it was a place that the community was basically declaring, like this is a park. This is going to be a park. And that we kind of entered those efforts as opposed to we're not initiating it, but we're also not the stewards of it long term, right? The community will own the artworks, they will own the rain garden, this regenerative landscape, but also it will be a park with playscapes and all the rest. And likewise, Allison, kind of with the Griot and thinking about its kind of place, like it was like, who is stewarding this, and what do they want, what do they need in this? And that is a kind of particular way, I think, certainly core to kind of how Counterpublic operates, I think, and that the fingerprints of the project are in some ways understanding our temporariness towards some other longer change. I'm going to pivot a second. We're going to open up to questions because I think, you all have had experience of this. So I'll start with kind of a similar spirit of this to open up to you all questions for each other, but are also kind of what surprised you kind of being here, experiencing the work, seeing it kind of realized for the first time, whether that's your own artist practices that kind of culminated or something else that you saw. So curious, yeah. What has surprised you or kind of enlivened you this weekend specifically?
I think that what's really amazing is despite knowing about each other's projects and working alongside each other, but not together, for 3 years, the amazing kind of correspondence that's happening, whether that's materially or historically. I'm thinking about Jackie Sumel's project with crushed bricks and David Ajay's project, which is also using these unearthed bricks as a material, and the different ways in which the artists are engaging with history. Jackie's project was to return bricks from St. Louis that had been taken out of Black community homes and sold downriver to New Orleans to make neo-plantation style architecture. She brought these bricks up back to St. Louis and crushed them, mixed them with clay from the Mississippi River and native seeds, and seed bombed the entire exhibition as a very different kind of project than Diya Vij, but also taking up that material, and that's so formative to actually the literal city being brought up from the earth. So that's just like one of many kinds of correspondences that are happening, and to see that we are finding the same, or kind of coming back to the same materials in really different ways was delightful and very surprising, and I thought also reflective of maybe our process of listening to this place.
And I think just building on that, we, a few of us went out the other night to see Artist X's projection and sound installation in where the Mississippi meets the bluff. And it was so beautiful to hear that kind of sonic intervention into space and that trace of what was there once before being brought back. And it actually did kind of remind me of Stephanie Jameson's sound piece in the Ferris wheel, in which you're listening to, you know, traces of Mill Creek Valley. You're hearing names of black clubs that were once there in the intersections, that there's the intersection of streets that they were on, as you're seeing now the parking lots or the empty lots or bank buildings that are currently there, and that kind of like leaving of trace through sound feels really resonant also throughout this exhibition.
I would agree, and I would say the sonic interventions of Torquaze Dyson's work with really referencing Scott Joplin. I didn't expect the bass, and it was a really lovely surprise and a really lovely connection to working with Mindy and Keith Obadike and Mastermind and the Jeep formers and like the custom cars and the hood cars and the Jeeps, and like being able to participate in that project and how that sonic resonance was really like very much connected to Torquaze's work and all of the other sonic interventions from Nikosi's to Stephanie's.
Raven.
And Raven, of course, Raven. So there were quite a few sonic traces.
I'd also, I'd like to echo that, you know, thinking through and with Risa, these kind of degrees of invisibility, erasure, and how to negotiate with that, I was kind of struck by the degree to which, although we did attempt to like correspond, bring together correspondences and correspond to some degree, also the surprise of seeing that kind of high degree of visibility of, shout out to Anat Sulkaris, who brought an amazing billboard, and then those in relation to Anita Fields and the platforms and this kind of staging ground for what might be an opportunity to give it back. I was kind of surprised by the degree of that visibility and this possibility for that being a moment of action toward those efforts. And then, everything that everyone else said.
For myself, even just yesterday, finally getting to spend more time at Anita Fields' amazing installation, the platforms at the Mount, by the Mount, and actually being able to be there together and to hear about the work from her and to use them, right, as they're supposed to be used and as they're going to continue to be used back where the Osage are currently, was a really profound experience of really activating that space, and also hearing the sound installation there really just brought I think a gravity to that location that it has been missing for so many people for so long, and just to be there together with Osage people was just a really profound experience for me, and just really appreciate all your efforts to make that possible.
All right, with that spirit, we'd love to open up to the room. Questions? Yes.
This is a thank you. My career has been focused on international and community development in Africa, Latin America, New Mexico, and Northern California. I want to honor the process, sensitive, skillful, and respectful that you've used in entering communities and cultures. It's certainly the most effective way to do it, but it's not a given. So I would like to honor that and also hope that one of the ways that you can expand the learnings of what you've been doing, this really extensive, monumental project that you've been doing, is to share that process with people. I mean, you do in speaking to it, but it would be wonderful even if you could do seminars, workshops on that. Often, the reverse of that is what has caused endless that's the best I can say, harm in international development in Africa in particular that I know about, and other places as well. It's such a simple, common sense way to do it, but again, it's not a given, and so thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, in a lot of ways, is interesting, I think, speaking for myself in kind of my role being almost like, I feel like running the Faders. I've described the process of being like band leader and stepping back and like letting these incredible people think deeply and on a long arc. But it was really like the trust that I feel like we could have with each other's process. Like there was that kind of like, have earned that trust throughout all of your careers, and I feel like that part was kind of formational of like, right, like there's going to be, I think, work to your point of like reflecting on that, documenting that process, because there was a way in which it was just sharpened and refined with each other in conversation and bouncing off and not agreeing, not feeling like there is a way to do this, but there are actually many ways to do this. But if you're attuned to that process of listening, iteration, responding to artist needs, to community needs, to our own needs and personal bodily needs at times, like that, you know, we kind of entered and exited this process in different ways. Yeah, so I appreciate that. And I will point to one kind of thing that like I've barely been able to reflect on, but like one thing that is being done kind of with our work is that we have kind of turned it over to educators in the St. Louis region. There's a curriculum. There is this kind of a whole other life that is going to enter the schools of St. Louis. So that part is like we kind of gave them our research and our work and the project statements and all these things, and they were kind of like, okay, we're going to take this and kind of ingest it and then enter it into the classroom so that there are different kinds of learnings too that are also, I think, beyond our specialties, right? Like, so I think that part is, you know, part of that invitation and openness is that we do hope kind of people own this. This is kind of like, right, now it's open, now it's yours, right? Like, do with it, take it more. So any other questions?
So a moment ago, somebody used the phrase working with ready-mades of Southern colonialism. And that was very interesting to me because a lot of the materials that were being invoked are kind of, in my mind, distinct from that because it's the real social fabric of this place, and these narratives have so much weight. So I was curious how everyone involved considered the potential for exploitation in these projects and using these narratives in a way that was responsible to the source material and everyone who is materially affected by the fabric of life here that was kind of invoked to build artworks, curate, et cetera.
It's a really heavy question and a great one. I had a chance to have a conversation with a colleague last night, Jean Cooney. I don't know if she's here. But we were talking a little bit about what happens when you work in space like we all are and how you're collaborating really deeply and intentionally and how that intention really carries through in the work. And I hope I can speak, I believe I can speak for all of us when I say that there's not a sense of singular authorship. And also, when you put work like this in a space, or when you collaborate to collectively bring work into a space, you don't have control over it. And it's that sense of letting go of control, or not having the expectation of a control of an outcome, but doing the best that you can do to put the pieces together, or to build a kind of system or a scaffold around an idea in collaboration with communities, deep collaboration with publics, that makes this kind of work possible. But I don't know if we have, I think your question hinges on an idea of success. And I'm not, I could be wrong, but I think, I don't know if we can kind of consider resolve or success in the same way that you might in another project. I don't know if anyone else wants to take that question up.
I was thinking that the question hinges on ethic and what kinds of different ethics we're bringing to the process. Going back to our earliest conversations with Osage, one of the first declarations that we made was that Sugarloaf was not a site to decorate, that adding artwork to that sacred site would be a defacement of it, and that not only that there's no singular person that could speak for it, and that also that it's already speaking for itself. So a lot of what I tried to do was make a public art exhibition that didn't restage occupation, that couldn't be capturable in the ways in which along Jefferson Avenue is also like a heavily policed area. So what were the ways that we could make the sort of erasure visible, the history beyond that erasure visible, and then also keep it free and outside of these systems as well. I will leave it there.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. That question is about ethics, and that's something I think we all thought about really deeply. And for me, it was about really thinking through collaboration and inviting artists that have collaborative practices to engage with people in different ways, in different timescales, like Stephanie Jameson, who's been working with one St. Louis couple of performers that have been performing here for over 50 years. Has been working with them for like a year to develop this sound piece, which has included a whole lot of intimate getting to know each other. Virgil Taylor, who's the unofficial artist in residence with the Metropolitan Sewer District, working with the workers of the sewer department, working also just an open invitation to anyone who participates in it. And of course, Jordan, who's had years of partnership with our city defenders and other St. Louis organizers to really think about how their projects manifest in collaboration with people and have a real ethic towards working with people and place is something super important.
That's super important. I'm glad you both picked up on that. I guess the point for me when I said success is that we do have ethical approaches to the work that we're doing, but how do we know that it's resonating? Like, so we do bring our ethics, but then the question really is like a provocation for, and then what? You know, and I think I just might offer that it's maybe too soon to know where and how it's hitting and resonating.
Yeah, and I think to go back to this kind of idea or statement of ready-made as ready-made of settler colonialism, like that's a foundation that is oftentimes a public secret. You know, we understand the levels of occupation, we understand that there are histories of occupation, but how can we articulate those with each other in a way that doesn't include our own ideals? And I think in many ways we would love to maybe succumb to ideals of artistic freedom or move into freedom, because we all want to be free, right? But how do our proclamations of freedom or articulations of freedom or ideals of freedom impinge on others? And so that was kind of a fundament that we had to kind of talk through at many points in our conversations. And I think that did have an effect outward in the projects and the works and the negotiations and collaborations with artists and with each other. But yeah, I agree, we don't yet know. And so this is an opportunity to see how those kind of multiple approaches might unfold, and it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to sort of turn it to another question, but for me, one of the projects, again, that is workshop-based, and I would kind of turn this to you, Katherine, is Black Healers Collective, that you very intentionally invited into this process, that maybe if you want to speak to that, or I know you have thought about this question a lot, right?
Yeah. And then Shiraz is also here, and Shiraz is the person that really actually brought Black Healers Collective into, so I just wanted to make sure that she's credited for this, because it's not just me, but really understanding healing, and right now I've been thinking a lot about healing, and that it's not just something that is linear. It's not just something that we go into a community and we're like, this is how you're supposed to heal, and which is what Jackson was also talking about. So and Black Healers Collective in particular, they have these public ceremonies where we are talking about trauma, and that is not something that St. Louis is ignorant of, but it also means that, like, we have other things to discuss too, like joy and imagination. And so I think that that's something that I am trying to bring into this process with the artists that I've been working with, as well as Black Healers Collective, is like bringing spaces of joy and imagination within the healing process, because we have to also look past those things too. And discussing, like, just daydreaming, and how daydreaming also is a part of this process too. So, which are things that I've learned through Bertini at Black Healers Collective, and just the really deep work around that. And it's not something that will just happen in one workshop. It's not something that will just happen through one public ceremony, but it is about a long relationship with someone and with an institution. So it's not just that, but it's actually like more. So.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe one more question, and then
yes.
We'll try.
Good morning. My name is
Good
Robert
morning.
Green, and I am one of the artists that was involved in the Counterpublic movement, the Counterpublic art exhibition. And I consider myself, I'm not a part of the organization, I'm an artist, but I do consider myself counterpublic, because I'm defiant to the dominant public. We're standing in front of Mr. Kelly's artwork, Blue Black, and I love it. And in my work, there's a lot of blue black in it. And blue black is the darkest black that you can get. And if you talk about black people, that's the darkest you can get as a black person, blue black. And so blue black in my artwork represents darkness, but the darkness in American history. And I kind of stumbled into being an artist at this event. James gave me the opportunity, and I appreciate that. But as the process was unfolding, and people were coming in through the gallery, I noticed that there was a significant, and as here today, where are the African American? Where are the marginalized community that's not present? That's one thing that we need to really address. We're talking about spatial erasure, displacement and replacement. That's happening in one of the primary neighborhoods that they came through, and that's the neighborhood that I live in. And that's the St. Louis Place neighborhood. But me, I came up in neighborhoods that's been displaced and erased and replaced all of my life. And it's continuing. And so in St. Louis City here, the black community is being wiped out, like it is across the nation. So the 14 wards where I live and I represent, and they represent a whole lot of territory, that is really the last frontier for black folks in the city of St. Louis. And I want to make that known. Because once you take those neighborhoods, there's very few neighborhoods left. So we're here, we're talking, and it's all good and everything, and the Counterpublic thing was all wonderful, but I wouldn't be me if I didn't get up and say that I'm part of Counterpublic because I, as opposed to the dominant culture and some of the things that they're doing to marginalize these communities and to cause the disenfranchised and to cause the displacement, erasure, and replacement. So unless we talk about those things in a serious context, we're off the beaten path. And so that's not really a question, it's a statement. But if you can, on the panel there, if you can address that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
100%. Thank you, Robert. It's been a privilege to work with you. And I think for those who were there yesterday and didn't experience it, but I feel like Robert, very specifically, part of this exhibition, because of this larger work that he has undertaken, kind of a life work as an artist, but also as a storyteller, as a keeper of these communities. I think it was interesting. I'll kind of return back to a kind of entry point for us, which we talk about a lot, reflect on a lot, which is before, as curators, kind of started inviting artists in, that we had some pretty concrete directives in a way that we had heard from the kind of community outreach process. And that was one of these things, like, what is your relationship to development? What is your take on gentrification? What specifically, and that also art is not the only answer. Art is not enough. And one of the kind of phrases that like entered that, and we use it often, but it has like a very specific meaning that art is only the start, right? Like this entry point is like very important to name very specifically. The, we can't talk about repair in a kind of historical context without saying like, what are we seeding now? What are we resisting now also? So this isn't all kind of like responding to a past that is inert. These kind of pasts get reseeded. And so as the exhibition, we're trying to kind of, I think, interrupt that. And I think, to your point, Robert, like this is organizationally with Counterpublic kind of commitments to to act and to continue to act, to not sort of show up and disappear, that to keep showing up, I think is part of the answer. But it's also that, right, like art is not in a silo, and artists are not the only answer, and it has to enter very specific relationship with community organizations, with grassroots organizers, and kind of at all scales. And I think that's sort of part of the kind of commitment that we have made as an organization, that sort of like operate on all scales, bring people together, but also take stances, frankly, to say we aren't just kind of passively here. We are kind of committing to resist things like gentrification in the St. Louis Place neighborhood, right? Like Allison, like when entering that neighborhood, that was kind of like consciously that is what's at stake, right? And like, what is our role in that, and how are we kind of insisting on resisting it also from the outset? So thank you, Robert, for naming it, and I think that is a good place to leave off for this conversation. So thank you all, whether you're in person, watching by video. We are gonna take a break. So please get up, stretch. The Contemporary Art Museum is open next door, has a cafe with coffee. There is water, bathrooms here, there as well. So we will return at 11:30. So yeah, we will see you shortly, but go take care of your physical needs, and welcome to Counterpublic. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here again. We are going to get into our next conversation, which I have the great honor of introducing curator Allison Glenn from the Counterpublic 2023 Curatorial Ensemble. So, thank you, Allison. Artist Damon Davis, whose work is on view at City Park in the Brickline Greenway with the permanent installation Pillars of the Valley, and also a film commissioned and premiered on Friday evening. It is on view at 2626 Cherokee Street. Thank you, Damon. Artist Turquoise Dyson, who I've had the great privilege of working with throughout Counterpublic to realize her largest work to date, a piece called Bird and Lava for Scott Joplin. It is on view for the next 3 months at St. Louis Place Park. Please do experience it. It is a true stunner. And finally, to Diya Vij, whose work will be realized in public view on site at the Griot Museum of Black History throughout Counterpublic, and will open prior to our exhibition's close. So it's my job to get out of the way and let these people talk to each other, because we're in for quite a treat. So thank you for being here, and thank you all.
Thank you, James. So we were told to, yes, actively grab the mics. Good morning. How is everybody? To start, I want to thank you all for being here. And I feel super honored to be in dialogue together. I think a great place for us to begin would be to just briefly explain your work for Counterpublic. And there's a few questions or provocations I have around that. And we'll start with you, Damon. So the question is, each of your works engages with the histories of the sites that you're working at. What is your relationship to those histories? And how do they manifest within the formal, conceptual, or material choices that you've made?
Well, I think so. From the start, the one piece, the permanent monument, Pillars of the Valley, it started about 4 to 5 years ago. I was working on it, so love the Counterpublic, but it wasn't in my purview, so to speak, when I started working on it. And so the elements of time were, I guess it wasn't like a commission. So the time and the way that I was thinking about it was specifically for the histories that were lost in Mill Creek. The people that were there, it was a black community, and I was just thinking about the fact that they were displaced, and so it was a purposeful erasure of history or covering up. So what I was trying to do was trying to come up with a way to, in space, in physical space, I guess make something that would honor, vindicate, validate those stories, and bring back excavate is the best way I could put it. Like almost like archaeologists, uncover histories that were purposely covered. So I think that, at least that was my goal with Pillars of the Valley.
And how did you realize that with material choices?
For one thing, the initial idea was supposed to be using actual physical soil from where we sat to do it, but it was yeah, I had a whole lot of dreams, and the architects let me know that that might not work, bro. So I had to figure out different ways to get that idea across. So what we ended up doing was choosing limestone, which is also a rock that's indigenous to St. Louis, and specifically that part of St. Louis. So that is what the capstone is. But initially, I had a lot of ideas that didn't exactly work. So that's specific around the material. It's literally the ground itself. So again, back to excavating the ideas.
That's a really nice connection. I actually am going to ask David to speak to this idea of excavation and limestone, and maybe pushing beyond it, or ideas you had and how it's shifted with your work.
Sure. No, it's again the same sort of encounter. Mine was about a kind of really thinking about the Griot as a site and working with the history that's sort of been consolidated in that building, and thinking about the connections of that history to its deep past and also its potential future. So mine is a kind of an imagining of the space around the Griot no longer just being a sort of front and back, but a sort of a landscape that starts to emanate a relationship with people and the context, and one that really uses the cylindrical forms as a way to remember the sort of first sort of geometries of architecture on the continent of Black people. And so it's a kind of fragment that's trying to kind of play with that. So in a way, mine's kind of looking at sort of deep history, deep time, and then sort of moving forward. But again, I'm an architect in my day job. And yes, the soil issue, because what you realize about St. Louis is that it's what it was and what it is now are very different. And so there are many geologies. And so in what we were trying to do, it started off as just trying to kind of literally bring the earth up, but then transformed into really understanding the hybrid nature of the soil and the hybrid nature of the landscape. So the idea of the soil of the bricks that were made, you know, with sort of iron-rich brick, sort of recycling, upcycling those, crushing those, and restarting, finding where soil deposits are in the region and bringing those, because that's, the soil is the soil. You know, our geographic dimension is nothing to do with what the Earth's sort of ability to kind of make soil. So understanding the soil from the region, and then also the limestone. So it's a kind of composite is what we've managed to kind of get to achieve these cylindrical systems. So it's a kind of translation, but also a very specific relationship to the place. Yeah.
And turquoise, I'd say materially, the way that that resonates with your work is through the sonic intervention that your sculpture makes, and I'd love for you to speak to that.
Sure. My challenge was really trying to figure out syncopation in the ways in which Scott Joplin was a genius at that. So the research was really in relationship to an inventor, a technology that he used called the piano. And the idea of syncopation is also a form that Black people tend to exist in pretty organically. So that was running simultaneously. My research with Scott Joplin and his work sort of ran parallel to the sort of poetic work that I was doing with painting and drawing. So the challenge was to create an amalgamation of the two. And so, yeah, sound became material and space became material. So what came out of that, I think, are geometries that are really necessary for throughways and improvisations and pathways to really exhaust the possibility of syncopation.
And I think intervention probably wasn't the right way to describe your work. It's more of engagement. And I think I'd love to also speak a bit about the body, right? When I walked into your sculpture, I had the luxury of being one of two people in there. And at every turn, my body was engaging with form and sound in different ways. How should someone be navigating that space? Or is there, what are you thinking about with someone navigating that space, and what is the intention with the body?
So one thing about considering how one creates a form and imagining Scott Joplin creating Ragtime Leaf, I really sort of sunk into this idea of solitude. And as a painter, I spend most of my time in solitude. So the quadrilateral spatial sound installation was really based on individuals sort of feeling the bass, right? Feeling the kind of drawing that I was doing in the space. So it was a matter of how do you create a system that is discursive and visceral and allow a sort of a physical syncopation, but also to produce a sort of organic syncopation through desire. Like, I want people to sort of walk behind the piano walls. I want them to desire to sit in the center, and I wanted the way the sound moves through the space to make people really curious about how I might exist there or there or there. So that was the way I think about people, you know, really experiencing it with groups of people and really individuals. Like, let's be in solitude, you know, and then let's be in the space of sociality and both be generative experiences.
I felt that. And the center stools are also movable.
Right. So one of the things about listening and thinking through Scott Joplin is the idea of how do you achieve that kind of sound condition. And Keith, you can speak to this as well. Like, how do you hear someone's hand like pound on a piano, and then the other hand doing something paradoxical, you know? And I think I learned a lot from Keith and Mindy, having things simultaneously in multiple places at the same time. But those stools are a way to pick up something and move something somewhere else, and just move it an inch or move it across. And the idea of modularity is also, modularity, syncopation, improvisation have to exist to really produce a discursive condition or a dialectical condition. So, you know, how do you make something that's once a container about and of and for Black people who have conditions of enclosures that they still need to liberate inside of, right? So those things need to operate in that potential, right? They just happen to be boxes, but they could be ball, they could be whatever.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that question, and I'd love for both David and Damon to answer as it relates to the work that you're working on here.
Could you ask the question one more time?
Absolutely. Well, so Torquaze, the question that you asked was, you know, as it relates to Black people and thinking about space and time and environment. That's how I understood it, but please elaborate if there is something that perhaps I've missed.
No, not at all. I think that one of the things about why we're all here to think about something that you are contributing to sort of hyper-capitalist condition is the idea of the fixed and this idea of dispossession and this idea of erasure, both and fixed ontologies. And if David's proposition is that these geometries are from an ancient continental discursive diverse space, and then we live in a racial capital that claims these geometries as somehow autonomous, that the refusal of that must be one that operates on different registers, right? So
absolutely.
The question is my question continues to be, how do you produce a condition that refuses that on multiple levels? How do you push a condition to say, no, I'm righteous, that's it, that's where I belong, and move on about your business, you know?
Well, I think you said it. I mean, I think it's about, I wake up every morning, and Black people, we wake up in America. A lot of us didn't have a choice to be here. And I think a lot of it is about survival and resilience, and not in the way, you know, now that's supposed to be cool to say, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think that we should praise being punished and being able to take a whole lot of punishment. But I do know that my family, for generations, has survived, and it's because, and the only reason I'm up here sitting in front of y'all talking to all these people is because of generations and generations of sacrifice have culminated in me. So I understand that, and I think that when you talk about rhythm and you talk about mute, like that's us doing that, bobbing and weaving and surviving. And so when I was thinking about my piece, I really wanted to remember that somebody was here and somebody was moved out of here, and then making sure that nobody ever forgets that history of those people, right? So the best way to do that was to make something as big as possible and something that towered over people to make sure that they have to confront the histories that's been here. So, and hopefully, people that haven't even been born yet, little Black kids will walk up to that thing, and by knowing that people were here and they survived, so that means that those people created me, so I will survive. I think that's a part of that waking up righteous. I think that's the only way to do it. And yeah, I think that's something not totally unique to Black people in America, but we very much experienced in how to survive in that sort of onslaught.
That's belonging, right?
Yeah.
You want to make sure belonging continues.
Yeah, exactly.
And this conversation is like the sort of, you just lit a fuse to Quasi. It's beautiful to watch the action striking. But you know, I think that this whole question of how do Black bodies exist in space in the world is the fundamental question that we're all wrestling with after, you know, colonization and enslavement, and then a sort of integration. And what is integration? And then also, what is the luxury of just production, right? What is the luxury of just being who we are, rather than going through the lens of other things that we've been forced to accommodate. And so for me, I'm sort of, in my work, I'm very interested in imagining always that freedom, right? So how do you just perpetually create a resistance by imagining freedom? And that's the resistance. The resistance is to not, for me anyway, I mean, I think there are many paths, but for me is to not consolidate that trauma into the process of expression, but to always seek a way in which one can try to find oneself and to have a luxury of being able to then speak to oneself in the act of creating. Because ultimately, that's the most powerful thing that we can do, is to just contribute to the fact that we're human beings on this planet, and we have, as human beings, the right to express ourselves, right? So then, for me then also, the question of our ancestral history is not just historical, it's almost like a sort of imperative of the DNA to understand how, because essentially to be human is to be a kind of a reborn body through the cell regeneration, right? So we are reborn so many times, so we are basically encoded histories. So if we're encoded histories, we're not just about our individuality, we're about the sum of the experience of being human beings in the world. So surely there has to be some merit in history beyond history. It is a kind of fundamental DNA of who we are. So for me, you can collapse it, but you collapse it consciously. So for me, it's a place where one really has to start and then reconfigure. So that's how I kind of answer that question.
It's brilliant. The three of you are just, it's remarkable to think of the different ways that we talk about abolition, freedom, collapsing, expanding, imagining. During the process with the curatorial ensemble, we talked a lot about the fact that we live within this space of the colonial imaginary. That's currently what we either decide to reside within or make a decision to imagine another way. And so perhaps with that intention, do you want to speak to the process of imagining that your work allows or creates?
Should we go this way? I just finished, so I feel like some other sound should happen.
I think that that's a good question, and I'm gonna answer it through the idea of process, right? So how do I, as an individual, work myself to silence, right? How do I, in the studio, create a condition where I am my absolute true self, right? And in that true self, make work that invents new pathways to my true self, right? So that assumes, and I have this practice called way over there inside me. So that assumes that myself is spacious. So my job right now, my practice, is to really explore the spaciousness of my true self and then activate that to I'll say, the exhaust the possibilities of the things that I know in that form, right? So it takes drawing and painting and writing, all with the activity of exhausting the possibility of the things my mind will allow. And then laying that out, right, and doing it over and over and over again. And I think that that takes deep solitude, and then when it's presented to a public or my partner or my friends, it then gets this sort of vibration happening. And then it's its own self, and then when people respond to me with it, then I know if I really have, asked the good question about who I am. And because that belonging is so deep and collective, but not universal, it really brings me pure, euphoric joy when people who have no idea what is going on in that solitude space can feel something that takes them to a future, right? So that's that string of becoming, belonging, ongoing, of Blackness that I just have the deepest pleasure of existing in. You know, it's like that, so if that makes sense, that future, present.
Absolutely.
Shall I go or do you want to go?
I mean, I can go. I really like that you're saying finding your true self, because I think I tessellate between this idea of yourself is two things. It's how the world greets you when you're born, like the myths that you're born into, man, woman, black, white, all of those things. And then as you get old, as you start to become self-aware, then you start to see, do you fit into these boxes? So most of your life is either fitting into those boxes or actively trying to break out of them, right? And so much of the time when we sit up here as black, we are black artists, you know? Like, and that's not something that people usually choose. It's just that that's what you given when you step in front of people. And we have to speak for, at least in my life, if I'm the only black person in the room and the word black happens, everybody looks at me, right? And so when I'm in my studio and I'm trying to tapping into my truest self, I try to put all those things away. But I also know that I come from just a history of people, and the family that I come from, all of those things make up who I am. The environmental attributes as well as what I got going on inside of me. So I agree with the idea, like rigor, and like it's a workout every possible way I can get out an idea. And I think that as an artist, when we working through that, I have a hard time making it just, this is my own personal expression. I'm always thinking about, I'm having an active conversation with everyone else. And so I try to make things, or the things that I do present, I'm just ready for it to be in the conversation of a community aspect and community, I guess, activism is not the word, but just I know that I'm in conversation with people like me. So I like what you said about, or what I heard was, we make things that are original, but they are familiar to those that are like us because of the familiarity that we have as black people and of the diaspora. There's a universal, at some point, there's a universal understanding of what it means to be black. But even though we are all individuals and there's no one way to experience that life, there's a familiar feeling that we get if you can really tap in, and that's the future that we building towards. At least that's what I'm trying to build towards. Yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting to sort of have to wrestle with. I mean, it's funny. I was always scared to get to that point of joy that you speak about at the beginning, and for me, architecture was a way to avoid that. Yeah. So that was kind of really fascinating. I mean, to avoid that, because to somehow give pleasure to yourself was seen to be completely the most decadent thing that I could do, and somehow it felt as though it was profligate or Catholic, maybe. You know, so it took me a long while to finally let go of that. And in a way, I think that my sort of early work really was about really this kind of concern with trying to find ways in which a kind of parallel state could occur. So in a way, can you create sort of a symbiosis that has its own identity, that refuses assimilation, but has its own identity, but understands the construction of the world that you're in, right? So it was kind of like a struggle with, you know, the mutations of that. But I think that it's sort of, as I've sort of grown a little bit older, I sort of have become just deeply in awe of the archive of black people, right? So it's just, and the idea, the responsibility, but not in any heavy way, but there's just the incredible pleasure, and that's where the pleasure has now come in, of being able to contribute to the archive of black people has just been just like euphoric. So for me, the search for like what is that other move now in this archive? It's just become so pleasurable that it's, for me, I'm always like, almost like laughing in the studio when we kind of work through something and it sort of unfolds to a place where you say, oh my God, that is now telling me something. For me, that's what I was always looking for. It's when the work gets to the place where it starts to show you something that you didn't even know, even though it's coming through your body, right? And then that's when you know that it's like, okay, let's try and manifest that in the world. You know?
I think that
Your microphone, Turquoise, sorry.
when I watch that phenomenon of having a person make something and then learn from that thing, I think the first time I saw that and I knew kind of what it was Cecil Taylor, right? So he's doing Cecil Taylor, and I'm watching him just on YouTube learn from that doing in real time, and then applying it seconds later to the next thing. And so that sort of zone of mindfulness and brainness is something that I think I know that I can achieve with deep study of something, right? So, or when I think about Mahalia and singing back to herself, or even watching, like looking at a Mary Lovelace O'Neill painting, it's like, fuck, you know? So, yeah, that is that kind of freedom and ancestorship and liveness that I think that like I'm interested in. And I'm not even sure what is happening with architecture in my work right now, but I know it is insane. I'm not sure how someone chooses to spend their life dedicated to this thing. But my completely, you know, painting is a super safe zone. You know what I mean? It's a super safe zone. So to cross over to even think about bodies occupying a space, I think in its, talking about DNA, in its construction of a thing, you're indelibly tied to what humans need, you know?
But you jumped into it so seamlessly. I think this. No, it's amazing to. What I really enjoyed about the work, if I can just jump off,
please,
is the way in which you were able to use narratives that are to do with mathematics and space into which is the kind of foundation of form making, but to translate that into a form which is at once recognizable and completely disorientating. Yeah. So there was a kind of deep pleasure in being able to sort of recognize it, but also not know it. And that sort of resonance was really, it was very magical. Yeah.
Thank you, Sir David Ajay. What do you say to that?
Do you want to engage with the idea of architecture and the body?
Yeah, I think it's rough too. But what I do think that we all got in common, no matter what field, because I don't really designate my practice to one thing, but I think of it as storytelling, and in culture building, and like you were saying, adding to the rich history of what blackness is and what black creativity is. So I think in that regard, we all architects, because it's like we're cultural architects. We're consciously making things to add to the landscape of the spiritual aspect of being black, or the spiritual aspect of human existence. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I like to, when I'm thinking about architecture, because the numbers and the math, that's why I learned how to draw. You know what I'm saying? It was not my favorite thing to do. You know what I'm saying? So I have much more respect now after this last project for what it takes to make something and to make sure it stays standing. Yes, I have a lot more respect for that now. But what I did learn is that I've been doing that my entire life with the things that I've been creating. Just not, I just wasn't accessing that skill set in that way. I didn't think about it as that same skill set. So that's what I'm taking from architecture, that you take the materials you have around you and build something that shelters you and shelters others, whether it's emotionally, mentally, physically, like that you're building shelter. So that's what I think. Yeah, I think that's what I like to take from my small foyer into architecture and so forth.
Just to add a little bit to that, because you just entered architecture, so I have to add a little bit into that. In a way, you know, there is a difference between construction and architecture, and that architecture is that moment past construction where the intention or the idea is the guiding principle of construction. It's the other way around. So, and the reason why a temple is architecture is because it's all about the idea. It's nothing to do with practicality. I mean, there's some practical things you do in it, but it's completely a bizarre idea. So I think, you know, to always gauge when when you're entering architecture is when you're transforming ideas into form. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about sculpture in the round?
Thank you for that question, Turquoise. Yes.
My sculpture?
Sculpture with a capital S.
It's a baby.
No, really, thinking about your space in making objects in the round, in this way in which it doesn't have a condition of containment necessarily, or a form that thinks about enclosure and a kind of all-overness, but you know, sculpture that is a condition of really using or having no cap, no end point, no beginning, but is something in the round.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so hard if you really focus on it. I mean, it's very hard. It's very easy to gesturally do it, but it's so hard to move to the ovoid in the form, because the whole world that we inhabit is constructed. It wasn't before, but it's now constructed using rectangles. So it's so hard to move there, unless if you just want to be contrarian, but to move there with intentionality and to then see that as a space that really starts to operate a completely different sort of system. And I'm sort of, for me, sculpture is a great sort of immersion into really starting to fully be conscious about what the ramifications of those things are. So in a way, for me, the sculpture that I made at the social show and its second variation, which is really just this unfolding, really is trying to put myself outside and inside of this idea of this ovoid, and to try not just to be assumptive about it at all. And so how do you know, the problem with the ovoid is that it's also the most familiar form to our bodies, right? So there's a lot of overreading. So how do you slow down that overreading, and how do you just take time to really understand the kind of power of it? And so, in a way, for me, slicing it was a kind of very violent act, but one that was necessary for me to start to kind of unfold it. You know, I couldn't quite make it yet. Yeah, maybe.
It seemed like interesting, this idea of the extrusion of form, right? When things sort of...
Turquoise, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but... Yeah,
I apologize. Thinking of geometry as these extrusions that operate across space, and the idea of symbiosis, right? And when I think about that in a contemporary sculptural form, I oftentimes think about the politics, of course, of environmental justice, environmental liberation, and acts of, like, how do we understand the world now in a condition of desensitizing sensoria? Like, how do you push towards sensoria? in this sort of bifurcation and extrusion of these forms, in my mind, the way that the eye moves, right, and the cones in my, the way the cones in my brain follow light, I'm hopping, right? I'm moving right across it. So yeah, in my imagination, this sort of movement happens in that sculptural proposition.
Sculptor.
And I think in that sense of time, David, I think you have to catch a flight.
I unfortunately have to catch a plane, so sorry. But
we're going to continue the
love this.
conversation.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So there's some commonalities within the dialogue that we just had that are cyclical, that are really anchored to histories that are embedded in Blackness, broadly, expansively, call and response, syncopation, circularity. And I really appreciated early on, Torquaze, when you were talking about learning from Keith, because Mindy and Keith also weren't supposed to be here today. Their flight was canceled, but what I really enjoyed about the St. Louis Place relationship to your works in that space is that there is this kind of call and response. And I wonder if I can ask you all to talk about that in dialogue, and also situate it within the deep community work you've been doing for 4 years with your sculpture. Because we're talking about community engagement on very different registers in St. Louis.
Can we bring up another chair?
There's a chair right there, yeah.
But there's two of them.
Yes, oh no, there's an extra chair right there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So
Is that okay?
Come on down. This was my plan.
And if you all, I can pass the mic down.
I sure will.
Here.
Oh, I see what's happening. Got it. I got it. That's right.
All right.
Well,
hello.
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 I've known. Oh, we've known each other a very long time.
A very long time, yes. So it's beautiful to be here with all of your projects and to be in conversation with Allison. This has been great. And it's been wonderful for us working in the St. Louis Place community, and not only getting to know the site and the people who live in the community, but also the artists across St. Louis. And so for us, I mean, we really just tried to make our dialogue with the community and with the artists specifically audible. And so that's really what our project is called, Slow Drag. And so, yeah, we tried to make it audible and kind of re-inscribe those relationships through sound. Yeah. Is that it?
That's
Is that accurate?
That's
okay.
it.
And I think, oh, Torquaze, please. No.
So when I, the first time I understood what was happening with Mindy and Keith and the way they thought about space and sound, I don't know, it was in when was that?
When
2001?
Yeah, 2001, yeah.
Oh, 2001. And the way in which they were thinking about space and sound and storytelling and communication, and I had never, like, physically and even in my imagination seen two people create such an experience for multiple people, right? So when I heard that Keith and Mindy were going to do something for Counterpublic, I knew that it was going to be spatial. People were going to move their bodies. There was going to be some kind of inventive sound, sonic, cinematic condition happening. And so yesterday, because their piece was sort of this mobile, I don't even know what to really call it. Because it wasn't a parade, I thought it was kind of even beyond a procession, right? Because when I think about the cars, and I'm from Chicago, maybe it's that, it was slow drag. You know, it was that kind of thing where I was like, wow, what did I say yesterday? The troops have arrived.
That's what you said.
And the formulation of the vehicles, the people in the vehicles, their faces, their intention, their flags, their order. It was such a powerful condition to experience one after another, like moving down this street. And I just felt a presence. And I felt like there was identity there, like a really strong sense of identity. And I thought it was a radical way to produce and display identity in this moment, right? So I just felt safe, and I felt protected. It's like one of those things when people, show up, in order. It was fantastic.
Pull up in motorcade. Yeah.
And I think, Jamin, with regard to your work and how the sculptures are going to be developing over time, right? There is also this sense of continuity, time, procession, deep engagement with community. So I'd love, like my intention here, this was not meant to happen, is really to have this dialogue about deep engagement with community and what that looks like in what ways, and how your work is really pointing to that, and how your work is, all of your work is pointing to that.
Yeah, and specifically with this project, I've learned to compartmentalize a lot of things. One, from being Black, you got to do that to mentally survive. But as far as my practice, like this project, I heard about something that happened in a place that I was from that I didn't know about, and I want to make sure no Black kid ever grew up like that again. Not knowing that there was a community here that existed, and they would never be forgotten again, right? And so that ain't really me going through my own internal struggles, because I didn't live there. I didn't make this for me, I made it for my folks and for my people that's from here. And so that was my main intention, to have a conversation with those ancestors and the descendants that come later. And so while doing that, I had a lot of help from Great Rivers Greenway, but I got to meet these elders that were children that lived there. And just by listening to them, one, again, familiarity. It was super familiar, They sound like my aunts and my uncles, the people that raised me, and I was just trying to pay attention and soak up as much as possible. And one specific thing that I wanted to do was make sure their words were cut into this stone, so that it would never go away. And when you see the inscriptions inside of the pillars, those are actual quotes from people. And I want to make sure too that it wasn't all good shit and it wasn't all bad things, and it was a tapestry of what it was like to live there, because we usually, again, there's stereotypes and there's ideas about what it is to be Black that's always portrayed, and then we get caught up in trying not to do that and make sure that we don't ever show the negative. But that was not my goal. My goal is to show the whole thing, the complexity of Black life, and specifically the complexity of Black life in that specific neighborhood. So it's been one of the most fulfilling projects I've ever done. Is talking to these people and gathering these histories, and again, it's an ongoing thing. And in physical space, when we talk about procession, it's a literal procession down the street. Like, we start with one capstone and we keep making these until it ends at Harris Stowe. You know what I'm saying? So it's a physical walk down the street that the pieces do, and since it's a mile long, it's not even close to what this neighborhood was, but at least it's a start, and it's an altar to these people and these histories and the spiritual energy that still exists here. So that was my focus, to make sure that we made an altar that didn't move for these people, and it's also an idea that if we can do that for them, then there's a lot of other histories that's been forgotten, not just Black people, the natives. It's a whole lot of people that's been taken from for this country to exist, And so it's about time for those histories to be acknowledged because that's what makes this place what it is. Yeah.
I've been listening, and you know, the things that you've said, and also David, who's not here, have been reminding me of a question that I have about my own work, and just hearing you all talk about it. You know, it's just, you know, what does it mean to be? You know, I've come to think about our work as being stewards of the culture, right? But stewards, I think in the past, I thought of that as someone who, all the words I'm going to say, I have new understandings of, right? So steward is a word I have a new understanding of. I was going to say remembers the culture, or I was going to say just remembers the culture, or just keeps things the same. But realizing as I mature in my practice and age in my life, that those things are very active and creative acts. You know, like you were talking about keeping these words of the people, but like nobody is thinking about that like you are, right? And it takes your creativity to even keep something, you know, going. To Kwasi, sitting in your piece yesterday, I remember being in your studio your first year at Yale and looking at your landscape paintings. And I was like, that's what she was talking about. That's how I was supposed to be looking at the sky. She was saying that in 2001, but I wasn't inside it. You know what I mean? Like, it took this long for her to make the thing that I could get inside so I could see the sky in that way, you know? And like, the sky has been there, right? You know, your perspective on some of the things you want us to think about looking at and being in dialogue with other artists, you know, that's been there. But it takes your creativity and lots of support and lots of time and lots of people to like see you for us to have that view on what we're supposed to be in dialogue or remember even, you know. And that, you know, that's been so moving to me to see with my dear, dear friend for many years and from somebody I'm just meeting, you know, just to realize this thing that we're all a part of. And through that, through all of us, that remembering takes each of us, and it takes an active, you know, kind of creativity to produce.
Can I add one thing to that, what I heard? Because I just said, you know, I'm about to contradict myself, okay? So I just said I compartmentalize, and I do, right? But there's no way not for your personal fingerprint to come across on things, whether you do it like, though those are their quotes, I'm picking parts of things, I'm curating, I'm directing, and so even in that, but I think David said something about just genetic memory, and I did. And so like every time somebody touches something, right, you've added to this huge being, like this living organism that is the spirit of blackness or whatever, or even on a broader note, the spirit of what it is to be a human being. And so I think that even though we compartmentalizing things, or we're stewards, or we're being charged to be scribes for the time period that we are in, because that's what artists do. We kind of, when you look back, the only reason we know about a lot of these fallen empires is because the art that was left behind. It's the statues and the buildings and stuff like that was cut into it. Each artist is also with their personal signature adding. Leaving their DNA on it too. Even if they just writing down an autobiographer or whatever, like you still leaving your personal way of looking at it. And so I think that it's always a community conversation, no matter what's going on, no matter how, you know, individualistic you want to make being an artist, it's still a community conversation.
It's a community conversation, but I was also struck by, you were talking about your interest in materials, and I think how that changed over time as you learn things and as you experimented with different things, and Kwasi talked about excuse me, I've got gum, the same sort of thing, right? And so, yes, you're like in dialogue with the community, you're sort of going into yourself, and you're having this kind of dialogue with the material, right? And all those things shift over like 5 years, right? So that's a lot of time for like development, and that gets recorded also in the piece, right? Yeah.
I think this idea of community conversation is a really great moment to open up to questions from the audience. Okay, I see a question up there. I think we're going to bring a mic to you.
I can speak up.
Okay.
So this question is for Damon. I want you to speak to how you use simplicity in your art to say something profound and provocative.
Right on. What's up, Laney? How you doing, brother? I think that the hardest thing to do is to make things simple. You know what I mean? Especially when I looked up when I was a younger artist, I used to think that, you know, the bigger the words in the rap, the smarter I looked. It was really a big exercise in ego a lot of times. And even in settings like this, I feel, and with white walls, it's very sterilized. It speaks to who it's talking to, and it's not talking to common people a lot of times. These spaces are very intimidating to working class people, black people, that at least the place that I grew up at. I did not feel like this was something for me. I didn't think before, and it took a lot of personal drive for me to believe that I could be a fine artist, because I didn't see any examples of that, right? And so a lot of times the art that really resonated with me, and the stuff that was available to me was TV, cartoons, stuff like that, but also like religious stories, mythology, right? And the things that seem childish, that I really like the idea of parables, simple stories that could be interpreted in many different ways. And so I try to apply that idea to whatever I'm doing so that it's accessible to as many people as possible, because I started to learn that if the simpler it is, the more people can understand, whether they speak the language, whether they come from the same place, whatever. If the more people you can get through to, is kind of the goal, especially if I'm in conversation with other people. Now, when I'm doing stuff for myself, I still think that the more true I am to myself, the more I can distill myself down to the most basic elements, then that the more micro you get, the more macro the story is, because the more in tune you are to who you are and the thing that you're trying to say, somebody will find something in it that they resonate with. So I try to keep my stuff as simple as possible for me, so that I can understand it, and so that I know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And if I can understand it, then I think I think somebody along the way will find something in it. And so that's the stuff that I'm most proud of, and that's the stuff that I try to make when I'm trying to be in conversation with community.
Thanks, all of you, for your words. I was going to actually ask this to the curatorial group before, but I think it actually applies really well to this group, too. The balance between permanence and temporariness, and permanence sometimes can be something that's used to push against counterpublics and some communities that have been marginalized, but sometimes permanence is something to sort of establish an infrastructure that can be sustainable to support communities. And on the other side, like, temporariness can be something that can be sensitive to the problematics of things being permanent. But on the other hand, a small gesture can potentially have a relationship to sustainability that's different than permanence. So my question is, how have each of you thought about that tension in relationship to the communities that you addressed in your projects?
Mindy and Keith, do you want to start with that? And we'll just go down.
been thinking about this a lot. This is what I'll say. This is what I'll say about what I think. Some of it I will not say. Some of it I will say. What I will say, what I will say is that, one of the things that, we've been really investigating is the way that the ephemeral elements of our work, which include sound, but are not contained by, I don't know if anything is just contained in sound, but that are not limited to the sonic elements. We're thinking about the ways that those elements are part of our inheritance, what it means to direct attention to those elements, and what it takes to give space to those elements. I will also say that recently, for me personally, I've been thinking about just what it is to be alive, and knowing that those who have transitioned out of this plane of existence are not gone. It's really important that we refine our sensibilities for those things that are not material. And so that is what I'm meditating on right now.
I think, I'll echo a lot of what Mindy said, and I think we think a lot of our work as artists is to invite the public to question what we think of as permanent and impermanent. A lot of our work is about using invisible things to point at other invisible things and to make you sort of notice their presence around you. So that's it.
I'm interested in the idea of world building with the material engineering and the science of objects that are meant to fail and meant to continue. So there needs to be, in the tradition of, I think, East African nomadic traditions of world building, into the plan of ongoingness. There's materials that we understand that will fail, and there were materials that we understand that will sort of be in use for a long period of time. So this idea of the ephemeral, temporary, ongoing, or long-term has to have some kind of new relationship with world building in the tradition of both, I think, the tradition of nomadic people, the tradition of a kind of a pagan ritual of being, in the tradition of indigenous ways. That's what I think. And I think that the radical move of ongoingness is to really figure out how to manifest that right now. No, like, oh, we need to figure things. No, we understand what it is. It's just the people that have invented and lived this way have been dispossessed and have been erased, right? So what is the job of this question of art and ongoingness, or in community and ongoingness? It doesn't make sense to think about, to me, to think really rigidly around what does it mean to continue a racial capital condition that works with dispossession and infrastructure that's toxic, right? So, I mean, I understand the question, but I also understand the answer is in a history that capital continues to erase. So in my mind, that's the work. That is the absolute sort of work, is really decolonizing what capital and racial capital and global capital has done, because people are still doing it, right? People are still living this way, and we are connected in networks that are both ephemeral and both kind of permanent. And also, Amir Baraka talks about sometimes you don't say it out loud, right? Sometimes you just don't say it out loud. So I'm interested in that way, you know, of being, because I am, by my spirit, my Obatala head is very nomadic. You know, there is no sense of landing. It's very sort of movement oriented. Like my friend calls me a squirrel. So if you can imagine how it is a squirrel activating, you know. So it needs to be room for all of us. And I think that, you know, indigenous and African practice and, you know, paganistic, but we have that.
I think in my work, permanence, impermanence, I think I am trying to solve a problem. And so I use whatever tool is at my disposal at that point. So that's what I'm thinking about. What is the story of the problem that I'm trying to alleviate? And then specifically with Pillars of the Valley, it was about people that didn't get to permanently do what they wanted to do. So their time did end in a place without their choice. So to counteract that, I went in the opposite direction to make something as permanent as I could possibly make it. Stone, like cut in stone pillars in the street that wouldn't move, that at least outlast me in my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? So, but depending upon what situation it is, like, but we all understand that none of this, the sun gonna burn out. You know, I don't want to get too depressing, but nothing is forever. Nothing lasts forever, right? Right. So, and I think that one of the trappings of Western ideology and capitalism is trying to the great men that live forever and cut them into the side of mountains and none of that ideology has proven toxic and is destroying us, right? So that's not the idea that I was trying to convey with my monument, but I did want to butt back at that idea but we don't never get to be permanent, right? We get herded around while these other people get to just take whatever they want. So for one moment, we take up as much space as possible. Like in the center of the city that these people help build. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like they help build this great thing, and then they get swept under the rug. So I just want to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. And so that's why I was trying to make my thing as permanent as possible. But that was the goal. That was the thing I was addressing. So depending upon whatever the next problem to solve, maybe it's about breaking up the idea of permanence. And so then I get as transient as I possibly can. So it depends on what the objective is for me.
Can I say something to that? What's so great about that condition of choice and being able to choose permanency and impermanency? It's another African practice. So tribes their function was to respond to the land and move other people who were long-termers, right? So you have people who were built in this nomadic tradition, then that would help other people who wanted to get the condition of permanency, right? So that's the sort of discursive condition of being alive. And how do we do that with the technology and the ways of being and what we know and what we've created and the condition of extraction, right? So I really am concerned about this idea of ongoing extraction and dispossession as it pertains to choice, because I think that these moments of permanency can allow people to exhaust the possibilities of their humanness, right? And when that is disrupted without their will and without that is that's the way in which you perpetuate insanity, right? Because chaos can perpetuate that kind of insanity.
And I think that's the terrorism that black people have been under since the beginning. You don't have any control. They could come in at any time. They moving you around.
Hortense Spiller.
Yeah.
What is love? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I see another question up there.
Hello, I have a question regarding, there was a conversation earlier on architecture and permanence and capitalism, and then you just mentioned like the nomad and like how there are kind of different elements and different flows in the world now and in the past and like where you place yourself. I'm really curious about the current times we're in and the current situation we're in, where not everyone and not all communities have the ability to be nomads. And there are some spaces that are being attacked, that the permanence is trying to be uprooted and extracted. And so I'm curious of how you guys find those spaces to exist within, where we are in a more sterile space, or we're in cities that there are more safer for people to put permanence and to like recognize history. I'm just curious like what your thoughts are now in the current times of when that's kind of being attacked and uprooted in certain spaces of community.
Well, let me...
Sorry, what was the end of that?
How that is being attacked. This idea of permanence and rootedness is being continuously attacked. And I want to draw on what the brother was just talking about and what Hortense Spillers continues to, this permanency and impermanency and this idea of vulnerability and community vulnerability is really attached to, and I hate to bring it up again, capital. Like how, in the history of what I'm talking about, is in a kind of history based on extraction, exploitation, distribution, and before distribution, I'll say storage and distribution. So this ways in which we get to decide where our homesteads are, or where our community gardens are, or where our stores are, where our barter conditions are, where our schools are, where our prayer spaces are. All of that strength is in sociality, without a doubt. From sociality, it becomes education, it becomes sharing, it becomes skill sharing, and becomes mindfulness to exhaust those possibilities. What racial slavery and racial capitalism does, it insists that these systems create perpetual conditions of chaos. And that is in relationship to capital, whether you're talking about a community that is dispossessed because of a highway that's coming in, eminent domain, whether that's a hospital that's defunded because of the rise in pharmaceuticals. So the network of dispossession and displacement is so seated in this country because of genocide. We would really have to do an overhaul, a radical overhaul, to even get at your question, because your question in itself is a discursive one, right? So when people talk about, okay, well, how do you think about what's happening today? There is no happening today without the slow violence, Rob Nixon, the slow violence of continued extraction, right? So how I feel about it is how do you feel about being in a spinning ball that you can't control and it's not your fault? You know, you try to hold on to the thing that's next to you, you try to honor the things that came before you, and you do every minute of the day try to decolonize that space, right? So, I mean, we're all doing our bits, right? We're all doing our bits, and as an artist, I'm trying to, figure out this idea of the nomadic so I can understand what it feels like to get off the grid and be agile and build Studio South Zero so I can, who am I to insist that people who want to stay, stay? And then who am I to insist that people who want to be nomadic are nomadic? But do you understand what I'm saying? It's such a complicated, it's a complicated thing to undo, but it's a very clear solution, right? It's a very clear solution, and it has to do with understanding that humanity has a right to not be universal and still be alive and well and thrive.
Mindy or Keith, do you want to take a stab at that question?
I was just thinking about things that Damon said earlier about, being born into a place that is violent, but making it because of the work and the choices of people before you, right? That's part of our inheritance, I don't think I know a time that wasn't violent, you know, but that doesn't mean, I remember in 2002 or thereabouts, you introduced me to Leslie Hewitt, and we went to her studio, and she said something like, I don't remember what we were looking at. We were looking at something she made, but she said, I made this because the work we tend to make about people who were enslaved is about pain and violence, but the work that those people made, the art that those people made was not. And I was like, I've been thinking about that for 20 years. It's like, okay, there's a lesson in that. That's right. You know? And so that, for me, you know, what are the lessons that I have already been exposed to, and trying to extract those, you know, from my own memory and experience, you know?
Well, I want to go back. I want to go back to this question of permanence and impermanence, because that relates to this. I mean, part of our culture is Igbo culture, and in Igbo culture, there's this practice of building imbaris, all right? So when a community has gone through something difficult, an artist is called in to build an imbari. It's a shrine, it's also a museum, and it's both permanent and impermanent, right? So it exists forever in some way because it's dedicated to the earth, but the artist built it with the community. It exists for a short time, and then it decays, and the decay is part of it. That's right. And then when you need another one, you commission a new imbari, right? And so that's about remembering the spirits. The artist helps us remember, and then it decays, and you do it again. So that's the work, yeah.
I mean, I'm loving everything everybody said. Like, I think the whole thing is about choice. That's what freedom is. I get to choose to stay here, or I get to choose to leave, right? And that's something that is rarely allowed to us. And I think that if, you know, when I hear people talk about like gentrification and stuff like that, and it be the people coming in that's talking about gentrification. You know what I'm saying? It's the people that's coming in, moving the people out, talking about gentrification, and the language changes for every generation. Now it's gentrification. You know what I'm saying? It'll change into something else later. But the thing is to like give the people like share. As simple as I can put it is like leave people alone. You know what I'm saying? Just leave. If you want to move around, you move around. If I want to stay right here, I want to stay right here. But it's people trying to validate the stuff that they finna do to get their own. You know what I'm saying? And then and pontificating on what you know is horror, and what you know is wrong. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing that America got to keep doing, generation after generation, and forget what they do and naming it something else. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same thing, and it's like all of this.
Well, you have to keep fortifying white supremacy.
Yeah, something that doesn't make sense, something that doesn't hold up. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's so thin, right? If you were to take away the conditions of white supremacy and really think about what does it mean to exchange in humanity, in invention, and the possibilities of being, and think about class and real poverty and the body as work, you have to fortify the thing that keeps the violence and the horror in the individual, and the fear from the other, that otherwise, right? So then that we who have to think about that otherwise, you know, are in that otherwise in the imagination, understanding the fragility of, in this country, white supremacy.
Yeah.
But that's the paradox, the fragility, but the insistence and the ongoingness of the powers that keep it tied so tight.
I think what I'm hearing you say is existing under the conditions of occupation, right? Because that's essentially the conditions we exist within in this country.
Yeah. Since we got here, you know what I'm saying?
Since before.
Yeah. Yeah.
we can bring in Cedric Robinson and talk about, racism was not established here, but it was established in Europe in itself. And a sort of a colonial Europe was happening before a global colonial condition happened. Yeah.
Well, we could keep going.
Yeah.
But
Sorry,
I feel like
everybody.
it's enough time to thank you all for your care and generosity.
Thank you, Keith and Mindy, for coming up.
Thank you, Allison.
And Allison for your improvisation of asking Keith and Mindy.
And thank you to the Pulitzer and Counterpublic for adjusting to that quick pivot. James, do you have something to share about lunch and this afternoon?
Yeah, just helping people along in the day. Thank you again. Best special guest appearance possible, right? So just a quick note on time flow through the day. There is lunch available outside. The food truck, Soul Taco, is available. There is also a scheduled curatorial tour next door at the Contemporary Art Museum St. Louis through the Jacoby Satterwhite exhibition. They also have a cafe, coffee, things available. So we're going to be on break until 2 p.m. where we'll reconvene here for our final conversation of the day. So thank you. Enjoy the break, get some food, some drinks, restore, and we'll come back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back, or welcome. I invite you all to take seats, come up close, take all the chairs in the front rows. Thanks for being here. For those of you who I haven't met before, my name is Kristen Fleischman-Brewer. I'm a member of the Pulitzer Arts Foundation staff, and I'm welcoming everyone today and making sure everything runs smoothly. So appreciate you all being here. Hopefully you got tacos if you've been here all day, got to see the cam shows next door, and we are getting ready to close out our day of roundtable discussions for Counterpublic with a group of artists organized by curator Diya Vij. So with that, I will hand it over to the team, and hopefully you enjoy this last panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Holding up? Good. Thank you for being with us on this long but beautiful day. What a treat to get to hear from all the artists participating, or some of the artists participating in Counterpublic. I just want to thank you for being here with us. I want to thank the staff again at the Pulitzer and Counterpublic for helping us through today. And most importantly, I want to thank all these artists here today who I deeply admire for joining me in conversation and each other to talk about land back, land forward. I could go on and on about how I'm such a fan of your work, but I'll just say that the thing I think calls us together today in conversation is that in addition to your work engaging in all kinds of critical discourse and dialogue, they each call for, in their own ways, material transfer, material change, and actively seed grounds for other futures. So the work is in itself a doing or an undoing. And I think to get us started, maybe we can just dig into your work for specifically Counterpublic. So Rashid, I'll start with you. Black quantum futurism offers a spatial framework that is time-based. So your work asks us to think non-linearly, where past, present, and future exist simultaneously. I'm wondering if you can tell us about that space-time framework in relation to Slower Than Light Shrine.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everybody. So as part of Counterpublic, my partner and I, Black Quantum Futurism, we have two main projects. One is called Community Futures Lab at the Luminary, and the other is the Slower Than Light Shrine, which is at the La Rose Room. Both projects really relate to our frameworks around time and temporality specifically, and spatiality, as well as it intersects with time and temporality. In my day job, I'm an attorney and a former housing attorney where I represented for a long time folks who were facing eviction and displacement. I'm from Philadelphia. That's where I did a lot of my work. And right now I'm a policy advisor, but I work nationally. But in Philadelphia, the Community Futures Lab project came out of things that were happening in Philadelphia, the housing crisis that was happening in Philly, and in particular the neighborhood that we lived in North Philadelphia, where the government was taking by eminent domain thousands of properties and then rebuilding $500,000 townhomes in those places that were meant to be for low-income folks, but that really kind of made it challenging for them to be able to return to that neighborhood after being displaced from it. And then a narrative of blame that was surrounding that neighborhood, that people were violent and they were poor, and that's why the government had to come in and take all these properties and basically reset the neighborhood, leaving them out of the ability to shape their own futures, shape the futures of their communities, and not even just the future, to the ability to maintain or retain the past, the ability to exist and survive in the now. Like all dimensions of time were being taken from them violently, very violently through this process, and the city planning for the far future of that community in that neighborhood up into 2045, they had this whole plan for the community that the community basically had no input in. So as part of that, and I was representing a lot of folks in that community around the issues around eminent domain, as well as tenants who were being displaced by what was happening. But as artists and as neighbors, we also lived in that neighborhood. We wanted to have a way to just really amplify what was happening, not to come in and give the community a voice or anything like that. Like, they have a voice, obviously, but with our, with the go-between myself being an attorney, being able to influence policy in this way, and being able to work with the community directly to hear what it is that they wanted and needed to be able to retain memory, retain dignity, to be a part of that neighborhood. And so that's where the Community Futures Lab came from, and we only had that project open for a year in 2016. To 2017, we had a storefront right in the community that was undergoing this displacement. And so the project grew from there, and it's had different iterations. And so we have an iteration here. We've done one in Chicago. We've done one in all over, different places. But that's the main drive behind it. And the main idea behind it, again, is that we often spatialize displacement and housing instability and all these different things, but it really is about time at its heart. I'm not going to go into the history, and would love to hear from my co-panelists, so I'll stop in a moment. But again, the fact that when folks are losing their homes, when they're losing roof over their head, when they're losing their land, it's also tied into their future. It's tied into their past. It's tied into these different temporal dimensions. And so it's not just about taking land. It's also about taking time from folks and cutting their time short and obliterating any communal temporalities, individual personal temporalities. So that's the one project. The second project, really quickly, I'll explain. The Slower Than Light Shrine is a sculpture that we created because when we came here last year for a site visit, just totally unexpected. We came very open. We're people who love to research the area. We also really want to work with the community. We don't want to fly in and then fly out. We really wanted to take the time to understand the surroundings and what was calling us. And I just had this amazing experience, just learning about the underground caves of the city, and then the fact that there's this local oral history that connects the Underground Railroad to those caves. And I was so impacted by that. I went home and cried. It just washed over me that we had to do something, and it just popped in our heads that we wanted to create this shrine that also honored Mill Creek Valley, honored Pruitt-Igoe. And so the shrine is made of gates of the local area. I haven't studied this, but St. Louis has such an amazing gate culture. Just randomly, you'll see these ornate gates everywhere. And then also the Adinkra symbols that are embedded in gates all around the world. The heart-shaped symbol that means Sankofa in Akan language, right? So we wanted to honor that, and so that's what our shrine is about. It has those gates, it has those symbols in it, it has cowrie shells that ties into the artifacts that enslaved folks held onto, their own religion, their spirituality, so all those different things that are a part of it. So I'll stop there, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Maybe building on that idea of space-time, Jackson and Zach, this project in a lot of ways is a continuation of your ongoing Give It Back project. So can you tell us about the promotion of non-metaphorical decolonization in your engagement with both the St. Louis Art Museum and Sugarloaf Mound?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much for that question. Awesome to be in dialogue with you all. I think for us, our Give It Back project in a larger sense really comes from a really important pivotal essay for us, Decolonization is Not a Metaphor, by Tuck and Yang, which really advocates for decolonization not being a way of improving institutions or universities or the way we think, but really fundamentally being about the rematriation of all indigenous land and life. And I think when people hear that, sometimes they think of it more as a provocation as opposed to an eventuality or a reality, right? People might think, oh, the rematriation of all indigenous land and life, that's impossible. I'd argue that that's something that we've been conditioned to think, right? And that we need to create those conditions of possibility. I really believe in this notion of savage philosophy and this idea that representation makes reality, right? Symbols don't stand for things, they interact with them, right? And I think about St. Louis, of course, as a staging point for westward expansion and Manifest Destiny, and how sort of belief in the inevitability of Manifest Destiny made it our contemporary reality, right? And similarly, I think a belief in the inevitability of the rematriation of all indigenous land and life will make that an eventuality, right? A reality. And I also just want to be really clear, I feel like that statement, the rematriation of all indigenous land and life, it's so open-ended, right? What does that actually mean? What futures are we actually talking about, and what place do we all have within them? I think in its most conservative sense, right, decolonization is just a reversal of roles, and that's not what I'm advocating for at all. In that sense, the rematriation of all indigenous land and life, in its most conservative, could mean the creation of an ethnocentric, fascist native state, and that's certainly not what I'm advocating for. What we're talking about when we're talking about that is forming new forms of kinship and reciprocity that's sort of centered around the land and its original inhabitants, but that calls everybody into that process.
Yeah, and I'll just add that in terms of the history and what I termed earlier in an earlier panel as a ready-made settler colonialism, the settler coming into the space and assuming a kind of ownership of land, being inspired from the first colonists who threw tea in the harbor, and then kind of taking on this an action of becoming native in order to feel at home here. That's something that was foundational to the formation of this native state, or this nation state, which is not a native state. Probably a Freudian slip in there somewhere, but I'll try to. But in order to kind of advocate for giving it back in a non-metaphorical sense, we do have to deal with both the past and the future, as Rashida was explicitly confronting. We have to deal with the fact that there is an ongoing push of Native people into the past. And as Indigenous people, in some sense, we have this privilege or ability or obligation to hold on in a preservation sense, ties to a land that can be explicitly pointed to and named. And so there's a different kind of separation or removals that we're having to deal with. And I think that creates distinction in the forms of our discourse and the kind of desire to protect terms in order to articulate our exceptional kind of condition or the distinctions in our condition. So for us, we are in some ways denied a future because we're constantly having to look at the past. And I think sometimes that's what this idea of giving it back feels like. But as Zach was reinforcing, like we can't stop there. We're simultaneously having to look forward and make sure that we can create these conditions that, even at the risk of extraction of indigenous epistemologies that might want to separate indigenous ideas from indigenous people, the irritant of indigenous people, we have to work together to kind of form these things in collaboration in a community and in dialogue with each other. So that's, I'm excited to be in conversation with you now.
And maybe if you could just share a little bit about how that translated into your engagement with Sugarloaf Mound and the archives of St. Louis Art Museum.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the big things that we're thinking about when invited to participate in Counterpublic and to engage with Sugarloaf Mound itself was thinking about also the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, the Louisiana Purchase Centennial Exhibition, and how in so many ways also that like the tradition of art biennials or triennials really emerges from those traditions of World's Fairs, and how those events were such devastating, violent, traumatic events for our people and people who are participated, but still hold such a big place in the public memory of this place, or how some people want to remember this place. Learning about the St. Louis Art Museum, which is in a building which was created for the 1904 World's Fair. In order to create that building, burial mounds in Forest Park were raised. Ancestors, human remains were removed from those mounds and sent to museums around the country. And those mounds were also all over the city of St. Louis. So being attuned to those realities is really important to us. I think also, living Indigenous people were on display at those World's Fairs, including residential school children were on display. Some of those people died of communicable diseases because people were coming from all over the world. And when they died, their bodies were taken and sent to museums and institutions to be placed into collections. So we just want to be really aware of that sort of history and legacy of these sorts of events as well, and to sort of counter that or advocate for something different, thinking about how Counterpublic could work towards actually, in the long term, hopefully working towards transferring or purchasing Sugarloaf Mound to be returned to the Osage Nation, which is something that the Osage Nation has already been working towards for a long time. I just want to be clear, we're working to support their efforts with whatever resources we have access to here and through Counterpublic. So that's been a really important part of the process for us to imagine how can Counterpublic, instead of having these sort of events be something that is a reason to raise the mounds, is a reason to lock up our ancestors' remains. How can we use that as a way to return land and as a way to preserve this history in a long term, I think create pathways for return for Osage and other indigenous people here as well.
And Samaya, your work, your kind of multimodal work of healing and land-based practices and muralist work really connects the body to land. So I'm wondering if you can talk about the mothership in Counterpublic and how it connects to questions of land access, food sovereignty, and health sovereignty.
Yeah, I think my work touches on like past and future, also present. The Mothership is one of my projects for Counterpublic. It's a 1970s travel trailer that is transformed into a mobile wellness meditation studio space. So the idea is that the space is open for people to come and like have a moment for mindfulness, but then I'll be doing some sound healing performances on the site, and then there'll be one at St. Louis Art Museum as well. And I think, whatever site the space is in, like it takes on that energy. And then working with people, I think there's the vibration of healing. My work needs people to experience it for it to fully actualize and to fully manifest. So I think, we're hearing all of these other practices. My work is touching on some of these things, but in a different way. Like what in the past do we need to recognize in order to like heal in the present and create a more accessible future. And when I think about land-based work and access, especially with healing and wellness, just like we're in this space right now, and Damon touched on this earlier, there's not always a feeling of being welcome or these spaces being available to you. And as a wellness practitioner, even as a teacher of yoga and meditation, I've felt that way in spaces. And so this work really feels important to me to make it accessible to people who have maybe never attended a yoga class or don't feel comfortable going to a meditation studio because they don't feel that they belong there. And when this work is more available to the public, the response is great because people feel like, yeah, I can do this. This is for me. This is available to me. And healing and connecting to something greater than yourself is available to everyone. And there's this gatekeeping that happens with some of this like modern wellness stuff. So I don't want that to be happening in this work because I think in times like this we need healing in all forms, and I think having a moment to experiment when we're processing so much like past trauma and current trauma, it feels very important.
And it's like pretty site specific where the mothership will be, right?
Yeah, so right now it's at Rauh for Women, which is on Sydney. And so Rauh, they have a lot of different touch points. So there's a yoga studio there, there's a farm. They do programming for women who want to do like career switches. As a mother, a single mother myself, like childcare is so important for me to like exist as a professional person. So they also offer childcare to the women that are coming to the space. So I feel like that community partnership is really important, just to have like an organization that is in alignment with some of the things that like I believe in as a person as well as an artist. So responding to that site, working with that site in the neighborhood, there's a park right across the street, and there's a dog park as well. So I think, it's very community heavy, and that feels good for it to be in that space.
For sure. Maybe building on that community engagement conversation. Jordan, you've been working for years with Close the Workhouse, Decarceral Abolitionist Group, Black Healers Collective, various other groups, activist groups in St. Louis, and they've kind of led you to Peace Park, to this community-led reclamation of land. Can you tell us how you got to Peace Park and what that process has been?
I think Shiraz is in the crowd. There you go, Shiraz. The cis Shiraz in many ways. Yes, please clap for Shiraz. And Shiraz has been a guiding light. Her godfather founded Peace Park. It's a land-banked zone in College Hill. And that zone, as we know, is extremely contaminated with sewage, air pollution, all the things that we're used to experiencing, especially in the Midwest. I'm originally from Iowa. It's the most altered landmass. So talking to and working with Black Healers Collective for the Pulitzer last year, Arch City Defenders, talking to James at the Luminary and having an exhibition at the Luminary and in collaboration with the Arch City Defenders, which I don't think anybody's here from Arch, led us to Peace Park and to areas that the Black Healers Collective, for one, really wanted to focus on a public zone of healing, public zones of Black space and safe space in our own community. So that's kind of what led us to Peace Park, and everything has kind of built on top of the original Peace Park concept of Otis. So I hope that we're going to be in a position to kind of honor his legacy and in the steps of it's not done yet, but to get this project done by July.
And I'm going to just open it up to everyone now. Thank you for that great background. So we're talking about land and kind of negotiating land towards land back or thinking about land futures. And to do so requires the negotiation of U.S. property law. And U.S. property law in so many ways is the inception and creation of this settler colonial project and the maintenance of it and the proliferation of it through all of the things that we're very aware of through the ongoing legacies and afterlives of the slave trade, to parceling, genocidal land theft, parceling, selling of land, eminent domain, redlining, urban renewal, all of these things that continue taking land, that continue erasing people and culture. It's also the kind of mechanism to work through in order to receive land back, perhaps. So I'm wondering in your work, what are the possibilities and limitations of using the framework of the law towards reparations and land back? And maybe I'll start with New Red Order. I think you all have this like kind of by any means necessary framework of which you approach Give It Back and the return of land, and you ask you ask settlers to join the New Red Order, and in doing so they make a commitment to commit crimes against reality. You also have been doing so much research on all of the various ways that land has been returned. So maybe you can talk about that negotiation or that tension of going with and against the law.
You can finish it. Much better than I'll be able to. Yeah, I think just going to the foundations again, going back to Locke, the second treatise of government, where certain people only had usufructory rights. That is, they were thought to be using the fruit from a certain place and not really have an idea of ownership or have a claim to property. So with that in mind, the received ideals today often are that natives have no notion of property, or that indigenous epistemologies are counter to individual property, and thus that's also been used as a mechanism currently to allow for the continuance of thought that natives don't really have an idea of ownership or a claim to ownership, which is not reality for us because we have claims to sovereignty, which is can get very specific depending on the location. But that was also a mechanism for the dispossession of the land that you referred to earlier, like Johnson v. McIntosh in 1821, the creation of these parcels of land that only individuals could buy, and that, of course, natives, because they didn't have an idea of land, they couldn't own those parcels of land. So I just want to flag that as that, yes, many particular and divergent and multiple ideas of native property might include ownership, but it's maybe different. But that's not to say that it's not territorial at the same time. It might be hyper-territorial in certain instances. There's such a diversity, of course, in how many tribes or nations on this continent, and so how can we kind of respect that multitude? So that's just to say, and I'll pass it off to Zach in a second, but that's kind of the foundational terrain in which we have to deal with. And yes, if it took 500 years to kind of create the parceling out of land in individual plots that then could be used as mechanisms for dispossession, how long would it take to reverse that process? And what, by any means necessary, might include activating these kind of voluntary efforts that might be in addition to legal mechanisms, legal fights, things like that.
Extra legal fights too.
Extra legal fights.
Or illegal fights. Yeah, I think also we're in a position where we have to, for better or for worse, use the law to move through and beyond it. I think I use the word rematriation. That's a word that we use in our communities to refer to the return of land, but also the return of ancestors or ancestral human remains. Legally, the term is repatriation, and that's a term that legally we have to use sometimes. There's the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. Like we have to be tied to that language. I'm struck by I work a lot with the people in my community who do rematriation work with the ancestors, and in order to petition museums and universities for their return and for their eventual reburial, recommitment to the earth. But in order to move through that process of bringing the ancestors home, of giving them their agency as living beings again, we first have to legally deal with them as property, right? There's a transfer that has to happen, papers that we have to sign, where we have to acknowledge them as property, which is rightfully ours, which we're receiving from the museum. And it's only after we acknowledge that they are property, on paper anyways, that they're returned to us, returned to the earth, and that they aren't property anymore, right? They're beings. And I think that's true of the land too, right? When we talk about the rematriation of all indigenous land and life, oftentimes right now that has to move through legal systems of private property ownership, right? Papers have to be signed, and that property of Sugarloaf Mound has to be returned to the Osage. But I think that's one step in the process, and for the long goal for us is to reinstate our own indigenous relationships to the land, which don't always have to do with these notions of ownership. Sometimes do, of course, but sometimes don't, depending on our communities.
And how has that tension showed up, or maybe it's not a tension, but how does that negotiation show up for you, Rashida, both as an attorney and through this work that's really about community engagement and organizing towards housing justice or different land futures?
Yeah, it's definitely a tension. And as they say, and I believe, you can't use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house necessarily, right? But how I've been able to approach my work, and I'm really grateful to have been able to be an attorney for a legal services program where I'm working on behalf of low-income folks who are mostly Black folks in my community, and to build relationships with those folks and to be able to approach my work as a community lawyer. I see myself as a tool for what folks want to do and what folks need to do. They want to stay in their homes, they want to leave their home, whatever it is that they need to do. And I don't mind being a tool. I don't mind being that and being in service to my community. So I see that role as that, and I see my role as a time manipulator in that sense. So when I'm going into court to, someone's facing eviction, my role in that is to stretch out time for them, to get them more time in their home, to maybe never get out of their home, whatever it is. My role is about manipulating time. Time is so present in the law, and it's not something that's talked about, but everything is about time when you're talking about the law, whether it's when the law applies, how long it applies to, how far out, when you got to sign that contract, whatever it is. So seeing myself as a tool and seeing my role as the manipulator of time in that sense has been something that's helped to ease that tension and to be able to work on behalf of communities and to do things and to have, working with organizers is such a joy. Like, they push me. It's hard, it's challenging, right? But they push about what's possible. They're also time manipulators. They can accelerate time in this interesting way and just really set the conditions for what's possible, create the conditions for what's possible. So in Philadelphia, for example, during the pandemic, we had 2 unhoused encampments in the city that were fighting to take control of the land. That's what it was all about. These group of unhoused folks who got together and said, we're going to occupy 2 spots. It was really ironic because one part where they occupied was one of the richest parts of the city, right in a museum district and right by the Whole Foods. And so just the push to get them off of this property was really intense. And then the second camp occupation was in North Philadelphia, in the same neighborhood that I talked about earlier, where they haven't had a grocery store in over 40 years. And so these folks were occupying the place where the grocery store was going to come, right? And so you had elder Black homeowners in the neighborhood being like, y'all gotta go, right? So just this tension of different people having different goals, different things that they need. You can't say one group of folks is more entitled to something than the other, right? Like they're neighbors too, even if they're unhoused, they're on that land. So just being able to work with those folks and push the conditions for what was possible. So when they approached me to help them, support them in trying to like they also occupied houses. So they also occupied the public housing sites that have been abandoned or are in disrepair because the city and the housing authority just left them abandoned, basically. And so people could be living in those houses. So those folks occupied those homes, fixed them up, made them available for families. But of course, you have the law pushing back, trying to get those people out, trying to get them arrested. And so my role was, even though it felt like impossible at the time, I'm like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to get these properties put into a land trust? Even I like kind of didn't believe it was possible. Like I'm looking at the law, like this is what I can do as a lawyer. And then I'm being like, look, that's not what we approached you for. We didn't approach you to hear you say you can't do this. Like, help us figure this out. And so that's what we did. And guess what? They got 40 of those houses put into a land trust, like in less than like 3 months, you know? So it's just like pushing, yeah, there's tensions, but yeah, if you see yourself in service to the community and as a tool, right? Like I can be a source of, I can help them fight for what they need. So yeah, that's how I try to approach the work. Now I'm in a different position where I work nationally. I don't work directly with like representation of folks, but I help folks build policy. And so like another way that we can do that, you know, policy, it has significant limitations, right? But anybody can make policy, honestly, and policy is in everything. And so one of the things that we did in Philadelphia in terms of thinking about how policy can connect time in this way and how policy can be used to manipulate time, we created a law called the Renters Access Act. And so that law is for folks who have eviction records, who, if you have an eviction record, and 74% of the people with eviction records in Philadelphia are Black women, right? And so they, if you have an eviction record, you're not able to get into housing in the future. You're forever pretty much consigned to slum housing because of those eviction records. That's the first thing landlords look at. So what we were able to do in Philadelphia, it seemed, again, impossible at the time, but organizers was like, we got mass evicted 2 years ago. We still have these eviction records. Through no fault of our own, we were pushed out of our properties. What can we do? And so we were able to develop a law where landlords are not allowed to look at certain kinds of eviction records. They're not allowed to look at records going back 4 years. They have to consider an application holistically. They have to give, if they reject an applicant, they have to give them an opportunity to come back and make their case. They can bring back additional information. So I'm not going to go into all the intricacies of the law, but just to say that, right, that law now, right, shifts the relationship of something that's in the past, a record that's on record saying you're a bad person and you should never be rented to again. It now shifts the relationship of that past, and that shifts the relationship to the future. So now with that record being locked out, you know, you can now access housing. So just to say, right, like there is some possibility. Policy has some possibilities, significant, severe limitations, right? At the end of the day, I'm all about abolition. I think about spatial reparations. That's what I bring into my work nationally. But you know, it's there. It's the reality, and we have to work within it sometimes. And so, yeah, working with organizers gets the goods. So that's what it's all about for me.
Yeah, totally. Jordan, you two work with organizers, and even thinking about Peace Park, it's like it's not a binary that working outside and inside the law. They often, one leads to change within the law, and including Peace Park, this kind of community-led reclamation of land, or just the ways that you've seen that in your work with organizers in St. Louis, but maybe in the Midwest, that kind of occupation leading to maybe something more above the law.
Yeah, and I can't speak too much to law because I don't know enough about it. Because I really come from a place of doing the thing without permission with community anyway, especially in redlined neighborhoods. And what I know about Peace Park and what I know about, you know, projects in Minneapolis and North Des Moines, North Omaha, Malcolm X's birth site, is that the spaces aren't big enough by any means right now to really mitigate and remediate land in a way where we can live on it healthy, where we can think about food sovereignty, where we can think about, you know, clean air and lowering asthma rates, historic, you know, asthma rates. And when I'm thinking about Peace Park, every single time I'm thinking about one of these activations, I'm like, it's not big enough. This should be a gateway to a larger activation of land with community. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that project as well, is like, we start with a quarter acre at Peace Park, but hopefully that can set an example of remediation of, stormwater, remediation of soil, remediation of air, and think bigger. So when we're talking about the land back movement and activation of space, it's large swaths of land. Like, I'm really sick of talking about, a quarter acre. I want us to be thinking about hundreds and thousands of hectares of land to be, living on in a healthy manner together, doing these projects, so we don't have to beg for these little scrap, these scrap chunks of land. It's really tiring. I think a lot of us are tired, and I think a lot of us really deserve the opportunity to get large swaths of land to do the things we're talking about.
Absolutely. Samaya, feel free to jump in about that question also, but just thinking about your work with farming and land, land becomes this pedagogical space, when space of pedagogy, it itself becomes pedagogy when working with partners and youth and young people and community. What through that work opens up new possibilities for land futures, or ways to think about the memory the land holds and the possibilities?
I think like in the urban landscape for sure, like what Jordan's talking about is like we're dealing with little spaces, like a lot here, like where a house was demolished. So we're dealing with land that is contaminated. We're dealing with land that like, you need to know how to deal with a new type of landscape, which is a contaminated landscape. My family is from Arkansas. I grew up with farming and hearing stories about sharecropping and growing food as a child, and I didn't think about these things. And now, a lot of my work, all of my work is in an urban space, and I'm getting ready to move into a new home, and I'm going to have a space that I'm going to be farming, and so my plan is how am I going to be able to do what I want to do in terms of like my landscape-based, food-based work on this land safely. Like, I can't dig into the land because there's going to be lead. What can I grow in the land because the fruit, what fruit is going to take up this? Are the leaves going to be okay with this? So there's a lot of strategizing. There's a lot of research that needs to happen, and then, we're talking about rematriation, which is so important. Then we're faced with a new issue of contamination. We're faced with this issue of poisoning, figuring out. So there's like layers of issues now when we're talking about getting land, and there's often land that is very toxic that they want to freely give us, but not with the understanding of, oh yes, like you can't plant, you can't do this, you need to truck in soil. So it's kind of, it's scary, because if you don't know what you're doing, it's a way to perpetuate like this cycle of trauma and death and poisoning people. So I think we really do have to talk about that, because that's what we are given. Like, make a sculpture on this site, do a community garden on this site, but the kids are kicking up dust, which could have lead in it. So, as we think about our children as our futures of other living beings, non-human beings, like what are we getting into now? And I think that's also going to have to enter into our conversations of dealing with the landscape and working with the land in these ways. So there's a lot of like remediation work, healing work, what I'm hearing that like everyone is doing here, which is definitely needed as we get access to things that we deserve access to.
Absolutely, and there's like so much conversation around daylighting things that were, waterways that were polluted, poisoned, covered up, and now there's such efforts to daylight them, to bring back Mill Creek, it was a proposal I read a while ago, or to bring back this or that stream, which is actually an impossibility. In almost every case, it's an impossibility because of all the layers of years of infrastructure and built environment that has happened over it. It's an impossibility physically, practically, but also there's just this idea of going back as a solution is not possible, right? So like, how does that come into your framework when you're thinking about land back or when you're thinking about land justice?
Yeah, we're interested in promoting these activities of voluntary land back, which have really been happening at an exponential rate, and that sets into motion the creation, for the conditions of the possibility for more of those actions, and the possibility that eventually those could get merged together and like have some other kinds of relationship. But we've definitely noticed that a lot of those instances of voluntary land back, whether it be by individuals or city governments, for example, the city of Eureka, gave back a Superfund site. So, you know, a lot of these instances have their own kind of complications, and, you know, as kind of stewards of the land, custodians of the land, which has a janitorial aspect to it as well. You know, how do we continue toward the future? And in the one sense, like, I agree that, yeah, maybe some of these things might not be possible, but on the other hand, what might be possible in the future? And yeah, it will probably create something new, but on the other hand, what's the time scale we're aiming at here? It may not be immediately possible or seem immediately possible, but on the other hand, yeah, I do think that embracing this kind of magical criticism, which is for us tricky because, you know, the kind of racialization of that kind of thought, or the ascription of it, of magical thinking having racial ascription, sorry, used the word description too many times, but the assigning of magical thinking to savage kind of thinking, backward thinking. In reality, we're all doing it, and we're all creating the terms for our own possibility. And so to find ways in which we might be able to approach cleaning together, yeah, what will that take?
And that's the thing about it too. You said something about, you know, a lot of times it's not possible, but if it's a Superfunded site like, you know, East Omaha, it's like the second largest residential Superfund site in the U.S. There's billions of dollars that can be allocated to the things that we're trying to do. Right. You know, we need access to it. We know what we can do to remediate it. There are tactics and options. If there are tactics and options to create that mess in the first place, there are tactics and options to be able to remediate it. It's just a matter of access to teams, to consistent funding, and then the sustainability of that land as well with community. Like, it's not enough to just remediate these spaces, right, that we're talking about. Like, we need funding and support to sustain these spaces in a healthy way together as well.
I'm going to ask one big question before I open it up to the audience. Given the simultaneous, sometimes intersecting, sometimes divergent, sometimes erasing of each other, even calls for reparation and rematriation, what kind of solidarities become necessary? It sounds like we're already starting to talk about this. What kind of solidarities become necessary to pay an unpayable debt back to Indigenous and Black people and colonized people? In an attempt to repair and redress? And how does art, or even more specifically, how does your art and our participation in it become tools for building these solidarities?
Yeah, I think a big part of New Right Order's practice is about trying to process and kind of work through the seemingly kind of contradictory and kind of sloppy rhetoric of decolonization or settler colonialism. In the United States, especially in the sort of violence and erasure that language perpetuates. I'm thinking here about like the term settler and how that's used very broadly and not often defined in a way that, you know, enacts violence on Black communities too. When I think of the word settler, when I use it, I mean those not forcibly displaced from their ancestral communities, right? But I feel like the rhetoric itself like creates a lot of misunderstanding oftentimes, and that's something that like we really want to work through and try to like attempt to scaffold understandings that move beyond this rhetoric, right? And also beyond just undoing, right? I feel like there's always this emphasis, which is necessary, but I feel like we need to move past it, through it as well, on de and re, you know, decolonization, repatriation, rematriation, and actually begin to build towards imagine and forge, you know, new futures that aren't about undoing something, but actually advocating for something different in a positive sense. So that way, our locations and our labors are about more than just who we are to the settler, right? It can be about who we are to each other. And for me in the New Right Order, like when we talk about the rematriation of all Indigenous land and life, that includes like the abolition of the police and the abolition of the carceral state, that includes reparations and a calling in of others into an indigeneity, and to sort of share and learn from each other's epistemologies and begin to forge that future together.
And the formulation of like new urbanisms too. I was talking to Chloe 2 days ago, and we just found out we wrote the same grant together. I won't name the grant, but also like this idea of like competition between practitioners is extremely detrimental also. I saw this happening in Minneapolis during the George Floyd protests, and a lot of us saw this happening of individuals getting millions with some organizations and other grassroots organizations not getting any money in that pit. Individuals and organizations and frontlines workers against each other, to find flaws with each other, to not do the work. And that's one thing that I'm like trying to get around and wrap my head around too, is like, how do I get in the space to not compete with my sis, Chloe, sitting there shaking her head? Like, I don't want that to be a thing. Like, I felt the type of way when you told me you just wrote this massive grant. I was like, was it this grant? And you said, yeah. I was like, well, this is us competing again. So how do we get to these spaces with you, what we're speaking on with land without the competition involved to get the funding to do the thing also? And sorry to bring your name up randomly, Chloe.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Chicken. Yeah, I would say from me, from my perspective, a lot of it is relationship building. It's like, we can have these conversations and then, right, we don't pick them back up. So how do we be in relationship with each other? How do we be in community with each other? And do that in a way that, yeah, moves our goals in the direction that we want. I also think, we tend to, nostalgia can be dangerous, and romanticizing the past can also be dangerous when you're thinking about the past on this kind of linear timescale. Like, no, we can't reverse. Reversal on a linear timescale is very violent, and it's in some ways it is impossible. So how do we bring our own imaginaries into how we're thinking about the work? How do I, if I'm sitting up here saying I have a theory about Black quantum futurism where I see time in this nonlinear way, how do I bring that into my work? How do I bring that into how I'm talking about, thinking about whatever, even if I have to do, what do they call it, transition, right? Like, I still have to do the thing because we still have the structures that we have, but how can I also push on our imaginations around different, bring our own imaginaries into how we're doing the work? So that's what Black quantum futurism is for me, and working with folks across our ethnic lines and all those things. How can we bring our imaginaries? How can we talk about indigenous ways of thinking about time and like really use that to think about rematriation and how we can support each other's goals? So that's what time, relationship building, and time, again, not in a linear sense. Like, I still think, like, even like in a Black community, right, we think about Wakanda like as the pinnacle of where we want to go, and it's like, what is that? Like, not to, I like Black Panther too, but right, like, that's the technocratic futures. Like, no, that's not it. That's not going to get us anywhere, or it's not going to get us differently than what we have now. And so, like, when we're also talking about abolition, you're right. It's not just tearing stuff down. It's also building it back up. That's the other side of abolition. You don't just tear it down and leave everything around you in bits and pieces. We build back up. So how do we plan for both? How can we tear it down and build up right away? Who's doing the building over here? Who's doing the tearing down, right? Like, we need to organize better, be in better relationship, be in community, and not community like where we have to be geographically tied to each other. Community can be very expansive. It can mean a lot of different things. I'm very excited to be part of an Afrofuturist community, right, where I can call on folks thinking about art in different ways and thinking about how we bring Afrofuturist principles into our everyday work, into being a lawyer, into being if you're a tax person, right? Like, how can you do taxes Afrofuturistly, whatever, right? Like, bring it into our everyday lives. It's not just something we do and make art about. Like, art is life. Art is it needs to be a part of your every single, I mean, it is for me as artists, right? Like, people have different relationships to art and what it means for them. But for me, and the communal way in which I try to practice art is life. Art is your grocery store. Art is down the street. Art is your community center. It's in all of these different places. So yeah, time, temporality, and relationships.
I think that's lovely because, yeah, it's just amazing. And I think that's how I view my practice, like in my life as an artist. Like art is my life, and this is like what I was put on the planet to do. And I think my practice is like a practice of offerings, because I think like as we engage with communities that are non-human and just in more traditional life ways, we offer something to the planet, we offer something to our community, we don't just take things from it. So when I engage in a mural, or if I'm engaging in land work or with the mothership trailer, to me, it's an offering, and that's an aspect of like connecting with the landscape, connecting with other beings. And I think, we talked about this earlier, like if you want to talk about it, we met 3 years ago on a landscape-based project, and I think that ties into like the community stuff of us finding ways to work with each other or work in collaboration, because the funding, I think, is a big thing, where people are competing with each other, and we have to do a lot of like permission asking for our projects, and can I please do this? Can I blah, blah, blah. So I think that it makes it harder to do this work, and I think that is a part of the colonialism. It's a part of capitalism where you have to get these permissions, and it's so beautiful to hear ways in which like all of these practices are resisting and subverting, and even using these systems to create new ways forward.
Absolutely. I'm going to open it up to the audience for questions. I think a mic is coming to you.
Thank you. I guess because so many of y'all, your work involves the land in different ways. I'm wondering how the climate crisis might play into your work, or if that's something you're thinking about. I think, especially when we're talking about land, like in a material sense, the thing that I'm thinking a lot about is things like housing, things like not just water, but clean water. Like a lot of these resources, I think are gonna only become more contentious, right? When you talk about boundaries and territories and all these sorts of things. So I guess I'm wondering if climate crisis or climate kind of instability is something you're working on now, or if it's something you see in your work kind of interacting with your work at all.
Should I go? That's what got me into the work in the first place. Like, I feel like I've been shouting about the same thing for almost 2 decades. I'm almost 40 now, and I'm just now getting the opportunities in like East Detroit to think about these pocket forests and planting tree zones for shade. We know who's going to be impacted and has historically been impacted the most, and how to do that in a culturally relevant way. So individuals feel safe and they want to go to these spaces when we have these climate shifts. When older black folks are dying at a higher rate of heat from heat exhaustion, like what zones do we have in their community that they can go to and feel not only safe, but it's something of and for them. It's not this individual separated space that they have to go to seek shelter in some way, shape, or form. So I'm always thinking about that. That's the main reason why I practice and where I practice in the Midwest as well.
Yeah, living in Philly, I thought for a long time that we had the privilege of not having to worry about climate injustice and environmental injustice. Well, not necessarily environmental, but climate for sure. Until a few years ago, when we got significant flooding in an area that tends to flood, and folks were evicted from those areas, and I had to represent folks in the midst of this environmental crisis. Also, I can't remember, not her. Hurricane Maria as well, that brought a lot of folks from Puerto Rico into Philadelphia and who were not able to obtain housing even though they were supposed to get housing from the government. So having to represent folks through those kinds of issues, and then starting to understand that the environmental justice, climate crisis lens is indispensable to my work. If I'm talking about housing, I have to be talking about environmental injustice and thinking about strategies and solutions for it. So yes, it is a part of a framework that we utilize in my work.
I think from the Rauh's perspective, I think the climate crisis, ecological crisis is, for better or for worse, I think a big reason why sort of dominant settler colonial culture is paying attention to Native American cultures and indigenous epistemologies and why they see value in it, maybe for the first time, right? And that's something that I'm not above exploiting, to be honest, that interest. There's a notion that Native American people have survived an apocalypse already, right? We're still here, and I think there's a very palpable reality that we're all moving through another one, right? And I think people look towards indigenous people as a sort of salve for that apocalypse. And I think maybe sometimes that can be overstated, but I think it's real, And I think the problem is, of course, that it manifests itself in another form of extraction, right? We want to extract these indigenous epistemologies, think about what we left behind or ignored, and now we need it to save us, right? So we're gonna try to instrumentalize that. That's something that we want to use and utilize because we finally have, are able to take up space and are able to be listened to. So I think it's created a possibility of having these more reciprocal relationships, right? That actually we may be able to move through this together.
Yeah, I'll just echo, I guess. I'm from Alaska, so I was a little bit late getting here due to Russian volcanic activity. I don't know if that's climate crisis or what, but what's going on exactly? But yeah, just going back to this kind of attraction toward indigenous epistemologies that we really found escalated during Standing Rock. A lot of people going over there to kind of, because they were interested in helping prevent some kind of future climate crisis, but often that excitement kind of was not necessarily connected to the real direct calls for protection of land from indigenous people. But a lot of people showed up there, and that gained visibility so that we're actually able to do something, and that has direct relationship, of course. These pipelines have direct relationship to the disturbing possibilities for a good climate, I guess. And I guess I'll just say also to perhaps tack on to another question, these conditions of competition go beyond not just grant making or define, but also toward the defining of terms and the desire to protect terms, because we need to figure out how we can move forward together to kind of keep picking up these conversations. But in order to do that, we have to figure out what's holding us back. So like flagging these instances of attraction to indigenous epistemologies is one of the ways of doing that in these kinds of settings. And then looking at whatever the conditions were for the creation of different, the ways we're impacted differently by colonialism. For example, the distinction between blood quantum and assimilation as a mechanism for the genocide and extraction and removal of indigenous people, and then how that is different than the one-drop rule, and then how that leads to different avenues of protection, or how Afrofuturism might have come out of certain conditions, but then there might be, like, at the moment, people want to go into indigenous futurisms. Like, what is that? We don't necessarily know what that is because they're trying to appropriate Afrofuturism without even necessarily knowing it's doing so in all instances. So, like, how can we kind of identify and articulate those conditions so that we can kind of figure out what to bring forward into the future?
I think I see two hands.
Oh, I was just going to chime into what you were saying. There was this book that Rashida was able to be a part of called Keywords for Radicals. But I thought that there needed to be more of this really breaking down of what we call, some of these things. The question was about the climate crisis. And I've seen that phrase move to climate justice. And maybe like 3 years ago, I'm making songs about Superfund sites, but no one is writing about it because they don't even know what a Superfund site is, if you're not entangled into this work. So I think it's about bringing these, terms more to the everyday. And we know what the corporations are doing. They're just renaming things. I mean, in one particular song, I went through almost 10 different phrases of this chemical warfare that's happening in indigenous and Black communities. So I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
I'd love to ask a follow-up about what you were just mentioning with Standing Rock and this excitement that comes with these big moments. do you find that the excitement is something that leads to continued interest in issues, or is it more coming in and then people are taking an active stance and then they leave?
Go ahead. Zach can answer it.
Certainly both. I think a lot of it is short-lived for sure. Sort of parachuting in, vacation activism is a real thing. And I think also just the way that movement was co-opted is really real. Like, what do people remember from Standing Rock? Water is life. Like that environmental angle, which is real and important, but fundamentally the issue there was sovereignty and land, right? And that whole conversation got subsumed by this other formulation, which is important, but that's still a violence and an erasure of sorts too. At the same time, I think as Native people, we need to take any opportunity we get for attention and work to sustain that attention. For better or for worse, we're all in this together, right? And so we'll do whatever it takes.
Osio Anin, I wanted to say that I thought Jordan's comment about cooperation rather than competition was one of the biggest things I heard. And I see that the system that's broken it's working the way it's supposed to. What do you think are the biggest things we can do so that the indigenous and other BIPOC communities, and particularly Indian and Black communities, can work together for some of this? Because in some cases, we seem to be at odds when we say reparation, but really it isn't. What do you think is the biggest thing that we can do? Is it get the treaties that were promised to be honored? Is it look at reparation? Is it what? What do you think we need to do? And from the mouth of artists usually comes a lot of our healing. So thank you. Miigwech, Dudahe, Wado.
Miigwech for that question. It's a really big, amazing one that I think we'll all be working on for a while. I don't get too hung up on language, but I think language is really important. I think like the rhetoric we use oftentimes, the rhetoric that Native people use excludes Black people, and that is a huge problem that we need to talk and work together to develop language that doesn't do that, right? I think that might be one of the most foundational things, because language, discourse deploys forces. It enacts realities. I don't think that can be disregarded. I don't want to take up too much space. I'll let you go and think some more.
Yeah, mine might be a bit more controversial, but like reciprocation through the struggle also. I mean, I've been involved in a couple projects where things didn't sustain themselves because there, was a lack of feeling of reciprocity and the process of healing and the work that is actually being put into the projects. So I'll keep going back to funding also. In this situation specifically, we were talking about New York and things that are happening up and down the Hudson, and the land back movement with the Lenape, and monuments to enslaved individuals up and down the Hudson. I think one of the biggest things and the biggest challenges, again, is like we have a lot of funders in the room. Like, how do we collectively come up with these large programs and projects that we can all see our practice in, and then sustain our practice in, and then have it result in the thing that we all are all trying to achieve? That's the biggest thing. I think like resources is, I'm just gonna keep harping on it. I told myself this morning I wasn't gonna go too heavy on the funding thing, but it's really frustrating. We should have been working together 10 years ago.
Thinking ahead past Counterpublic to all of the artists, what do you envision as a possible future for St. Louis? I feel what came out of this conversation, Counterpublic, is a conversation that's actually a call to action. So what is our responsibility as audience members, as supporters of artists, as co-collaborators, co-conspirators, to build that future of St. Louis?
I think continuing to support projects like these, having more socially engaged projects, more public artwork, more artists that are dealing with the realm of social practice, because I think what's been so powerful about this exhibition is the background work that has happened for the past, 3 years? The site visits, the community meetings, the engagement with the artists who are making these public sculptures and performances, but also artists who are collaborating with the artists in the exhibition. So there's branches of collaboration. There's, there's little tendrils or underground, we can talk about mycelium. It feels very organic. And so I think that's what's really powerful about this, and it's going outside of the museum in a lot of ways, and I think that's what makes art more accessible to people. And I do, as a public artist, of course I'm gonna be biased to this, but I think public art has a power that is very unique, and it has a very far reach. And I think as we've talked about using what we have, I think we need to use that power of public art. And there's a lot of funding for public art. So if we can make change with using what we have, I think those are very, strong ways to keep the work resonating past this 3 months. And 3 years of background work definitely means there's going to be a lot more forward motion. It's not just gonna stop after 3 months. I don't believe it will.
Yeah, I would say, as a person who's not local, it's up to the folks who are here, right? I'm grateful to be invited into this community and to be a resource as much as I can, and to stage the space that we have, the Community Futures Lab, for these kinds of conversations. So over the next couple of months, we'll have programming each month in collaboration with local organizers and housing advocates and folks who are working on solidarity economies in the city, to have these conversations about what does the future look like, what are new models that we need to be engaging in, how do we approach those models. So that's what I would say, and I would just generally say also from the organization that I'm working in, using my privilege, right? I'm at a space where we're able to do things like sub-grant to folks and to support folks around narrative strategy and art strategy. And so a group that we're working with here, I won't name them, but we were able to give them $75,000 to advance some of their strategies around protections and rights for tenants and things like that. So using our privilege, if we're in institutions, right? I have to be a part of the nonprofit industrial complex. I'm a mother and I have a child I have to take care of, and so I have to work. But while I'm in the position that I'm in, I'm gonna use it, and I'm gonna use it to give back to communities and support communities. So all about, if we're in positions to resource folks, play your role. What's your role? We can't all do the same thing too, right? We all need to understand what's our role, what's our positions, what's our lane, and how can we work together to get people what they need. I'm not gonna come in and try to be I'm the artist for every artist. No, I'm an artist here for a couple months. I'm gonna do what I can. Over the past year, I've been working with folks here. I know I can't do everything, and I'm not gonna transform, right? But I'm in a role to be able to do something, and that thing that I'm able to do has helped folks, and there is reciprocity there. So yeah, I feel we need to understand what our roles are, right? And what we can do and how we can come together and not, be in our lanes, but come to merge our lanes, right? So that we're all in it together, but being able to resource and work from our sphere of influence and what we're able to do. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, I do think this is a call. I'm also not from here, of course, and I think it's up to everyone to figure out for themselves how they can commit. This is a call to commit. Are you up to be an accomplice for the cause, and are you up to, as you beautifully put it, can we figure out how to merge our efforts? And I guess, to some degree, that does have a different tinge when we're talking about Osage Nation or other Native nations who might want to return. What would it take? Are you up to trying to raise awareness for that cause? Are you up to trying to raise awareness for the Osage desires to have the rest of Sugarloaf Mound? What would it mean for them to come here? What kind of space creation would that take? It's a different kind of effort, and I think it's something we're really interested in, and I think something that can be kind of connected to a lot of these efforts. It doesn't have to be something that is exclusive.
And yeah, maybe just go ahead.
Also, just really quick to honor that there's amazing work going on, right? Like, everything's not gloom and doom, and I like to just remind, like, there are so much brilliant things that folks are doing that are shifting communities, and just because we can't see it as a whole, like the world isn't all fixed in one day, doesn't mean folks aren't doing their things and fixing and working in their communities to make them better. So also just to honor what's already happening, and that we can join in those efforts and support them and grow them.
I also just wanted to add, to piggyback off that and also maybe more directly address the question earlier, that I think also the way that people who are Black and Native have been systematically excluded from Native communities is something that has to be addressed, especially within Native communities, you know, according to our system of sovereignty, you know, people are allowed federal recognition as long as there are records of their nativeness. And those records are settler colonial records, right? Created by these oppressive systems of power, which were created to really systematically divide our communities, right? So I think Native people, tribes especially, need to think really critically about how we're sort of enforcing an anti-Blackness by our dedication to those records as being the only form of legitimating one's connection to sort of Native ancestry. And I think that's a huge reason why there is why those intersectional conversations are so difficult. It's because of that really systematic exclusion, and I just want to acknowledge that.
So I think like all roundtables, especially this one, the end feels like just the beginning of a really important conversation, and luckily it really is just the beginning of Counterpublic, and these artists in particular have created a lot of containers for folks to engage with and get involved with over the next 3 months of conversation. So I just want to thank you all so much for today, for your work, and for everybody being here with us. Thank you.
It's not really a question, it's a statement, and good afternoon, relatives. I find this to be a fortuitous time. St. Louis has been a place of exchange, both of goods, services, and knowledge for centuries prior to the European invasion. Excuse me for those words. And we've seen a number of things step off from here. We had the Corps of Discovery that stepped off from here. We had the World's Fair, which brought us a lot of the products and beliefs that we have in the system now. We have 2014 with the Ferguson uprising and the murder of Mike Brown that brought our attention to militarized police. But this is the heart of Turtle Island and all the rivers or the veins that come out from this place. So if we find the healing here, it can resonate out. Those who have come through here, because prior to it being an American place, there were many tribes who traveled through here and exchanged with one another. We were an international city before they united the states. So it is the time now. You have the power and the ability, each of us sitting here, to disrupt the paradigm, to find cooperation, to heal those inter-community discrimination things that go on from a system that tells us there's not enough and some is better than others. We all play a part, yes. We all play a part. We all have something we can do. This is also the biggest small town in America, where many of us, if we don't know each other, we know about each other when you've come through here, especially in the artist community. So let's disrupt the paradigm for whoever gets the grant, whoever gets the cash, doing like Sister said, share it around. And even collaborate on writing those grants so that no matter who gets it, we all get it. Because that is what we have been separated from. Just a few people getting a few dollars and that click thing that we're taking care of ours. If you're not taking care of everybody, you're not taking care of ours, and we've come too far. So thank you for being a part of Counterpublic.
Just, I guess, formally close off. I want to have nothing to do with this microphone because, Basmeen, thank you for closing us out. Just to acknowledge everyone's participation, presence here. The museum is open. If you haven't explored Faye Heavyshield's exhibition, please do. But formally, we are closing the program here. Feel free to hang out. There will be a moment at the Angada Arts Hotel down the street just to kind of toast each other and hopefully build some of this reciprocity forward. So thank you for being here, and we're happy to hang out. So thank you so much. Bye.